Tonight, we're exploring the hidden folklore of Kitakami, Ogerpon, and the Loyal Three. There is plenty to unpack tonight, but I'll keep the narration slow and steady so you can still ease into sleep. Thank you to those of you who've been joining us consistently. If you're falling asleep with us tonight, let me know in the comments how many nights in a row you've been here. And if this is your first night, just comment night 1. Now back to the video. Long ago in the quiet mountain country of Kitakami, a masked ogre was said to have appeared among the villagers. It was strange, powerful, and frightening, a creature whose face could not be understood because it was always hidden behind a mask. The people feared it, and in time, the fear became a story. According to the tale preserved by the village, 3 brave Pokémon rose to protect the land. Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti confronted the ogre and drove it away. Their courage was remembered through festivals, stories, and the memorial at Loyalty Plaza, where the 3 were honored as guardians. Children could grow up hearing that Kitakami had once been saved by these loyal protectors, while the masked creature in the mountains became a symbol of danger. It is the kind of story that feels familiar, because it follows an ancient shape. There is a threatened community, a monstrous outsider, and 3 heroic companions who restore peace. In its broadest form, it even echoes the old Japanese tale of Momotaro, where a young hero travels with animal allies, often represented by a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant. Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti carry a distorted reflection of that same arrangement. But Kitakami's legend is not a simple victory tale. The truth begins with Ogerpon living alongside a human companion. Together, they were outsiders. The people of the village did not understand Ogerpon's unusual appearance, its masks, or the quiet life it shared with the human who cared for it. Instead of welcoming them, the villagers rejected them. So the 2 withdrew toward the mountains, finding shelter in a cave where they could remain apart from the eyes and judgment of the community. Ogerpon's masks were more than decorations. They were connected to its identity, its strength, and the different forms through which it could face the world. To wear a mask was, in part, to control how others saw it. Perhaps it offered protection. Perhaps it offered a way to be present without being completely exposed. For someone already treated as frightening, that small barrier between the self and the gaze of others could mean everything. Then the 3 Pokémon came. Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti attacked Ogerpon's human companion and took the masks that belonged to Ogerpon. The loss was not merely the loss of treasured objects. Ogerpon lost its companion, its sense of safety, and pieces of the identity it had carried through a hostile world. Its grief became anger, and its anger brought it into a violent confrontation with the 3 thieves. The villagers did not witness the whole story. They saw only the aftermath. They saw Ogerpon, enraged and dangerous, standing against the Pokémon that had harmed it. From that incomplete glimpse, they made a judgment. The wounded survivor became the villain, and the attackers became heroes. That single misunderstanding shaped generations of Kitakami's memory. The masks displayed during the village's celebrations, therefore, carry a quiet sadness. They are treated as reminders of the Loyal Three's victory, yet they also point toward the life that was taken from Ogerpon. A festival meant to preserve history becomes a monument to a version of history that was never true. This is where the story begins to resemble the oldest kinds of folklore, where an unfamiliar being from the mountains is called an oni, an ogre, or a threat simply because it lives beyond the boundary of ordinary society. Kitakami's festival traditions, masked performances, and the spirit of dances such as Kitakami Onikenbai deepen that feeling. Masks can hide a face, transform a performer, or allow a community to approach fear through ritual. But in Ogerpon's story, the mask also asks a gentler question. What happens when people decide what a face means before they ever learn the story behind it? In the present day, That old legend still shapes the lives of the people who inherit it. Carmine knows the customs of Kitakami, while her younger brother Kieran becomes increasingly drawn to the mystery of the masked Pokémon. His curiosity is not only about an ancient battle, it is also about whether the stories told by adults, elders, and entire villages can be trusted. And when Ogerpon finally appears as more than a monster from a folktale, the distance between myth and reality becomes impossible to ignore. The truth does not erase the fear that once surrounded it. Instead, it gives that fear a source. It shows how easily a community can mistake pain for malice, how quickly a survivor can be turned into a villain, and how a convenient story can become more powerful than the event itself. In the center of Kitakami, the story stands in stone. 3 Pokémon are remembered as saviors. Okidogi, Munkidori, and Pheasantipiti are gathered together in the Loyalty Plaza, their likenesses preserved for generations of villagers to pass by and honor. And somewhere in the shadow of that same story waits a different figure, a masked ogre. Remembered not for its name, not for its life, but only for the fear it is said to have brought. The image is a familiar one, 3 heroes standing proud on one side of history, a lonely beast on the other. But what if the village's greatest legend began with only half the story? What if the courage remembered in that plaza was never courage at all, and the creature condemned as a monster was never the threat that Kitakami believed it to be? Those questions are the reason this story needs to be told carefully, slowly, and honestly, not to dismiss what the people of Kitakami believe. Traditions that run this deep deserve respect, even when they rest on a misunderstanding. But there is a difference between the way a community remembers an event and the way that event actually unfolded. And in Kitakami, that gap is not a small one. The public memory of the town is built around a monument to 3 protectors. The buried truth begins much further back, and it begins with a creature that was not welcome, a creature that asked for nothing and was given rejection, a creature whose only crime was being strange, masked, and different from the world it found itself in. So let us set the 2 versions of the story side by side, because that is the only way to see what actually happened. The legend that Kitakami celebrates is clean. It has a clear beginning, a clear middle, and a clearer ending. There was a village. There was a masked ogre that troubled the land. There were 3 brave Pokémon who rose to confront it, drove it away, and restored peace to the community. Everyone in that telling understands their role. The villagers are the innocent ones in need of protection. The 3 are the heroes who answer the call. And the ogre is the villain, pure and simple, a monster whose face cannot even be looked upon because it hides behind a mask. That is the story told in the festival. That is the story sung in the rituals of the town. And that is the story that has shaped how generations of Kitakami's children have learned to understand their home. But a story this tidy always leaves something out. The legend never explains where the ogre came from. It never mentions that the creature lived quietly in the mountains with a human companion, far from the village, asking for nothing, harming no one. It never tells you that the companion was the one who had offered kindness to a creature everyone else had rejected, a small act of mercy that cost them everything. It never asks why 3 Pokémon, who had never before been known as guardians of anything, would suddenly risk themselves to defend a village that had never welcomed the creature they attacked. The legend requires a monster, and so the legend creates one. The mask makes it easy. A face that cannot be read is a face that can be assigned any cruelty. When you cannot look into the eyes of the creature, it is easier to believe that those eyes contain nothing but malice. But if you step out of the festival and away from the plaza, another sequence of events begins to take shape. There was a cave in the mountains. There was a human who had taken in the small masked Pokémon that the village had cast out. There were masks, 4 of them, kept carefully, each one tied to a different form and a different kind of strength. And there were 3 Pokémon who came to that cave. Not to protect anyone, not to answer a call. They came to take, They attacked the human companion. They stole the masks that did not belong to them, and they left behind loss where they found quiet. When the villagers finally witnessed Ogerpon's rage, they were not watching the beginning of the story. They were watching the aftermath. They were watching grief without a voice, sorrow without a language, a creature that had lost its guardian and its identity in a single act of cruelty. And instead of asking what had been done to it, they asked only what it might do to them. That is the moment the legend was born, not in the cave where the harm was done, but in the space after it, when fear stepped in and offered an explanation that required no uncomfortable questions. Consider the word the village chose to honor its three supposed saviors. Loyal. The Loyal Three. Loyalty is a strange name for creatures who were never loyal to anyone but themselves. They did not protect the village out of devotion. They did not even live among the people they are said to have defended. They stole. They harmed a gentle soul who had offered companionship to an outcast. And yet their names are spoken with gratitude, their images raised in the plaza, their deeds retold in voices that carry no doubt. The word loyalty implies a bond, a duty, a willingness to sacrifice for something greater than yourself. None of that belongs to Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipati in the true account. But the villagers needed the word anyway. Without it, the three were simply thieves, and a village that celebrates thieves must question its own judgment. With it, they become heroes, and the village needed heroes. It needed to believe that its own unkindness was justified. It needed to believe that the outsider had deserved rejection. It needed to believe that a creature hiding in the mountains, wearing a mask to protect what little it had left, was always a danger waiting to break through. The Loyal Three gave the town that comfort. A comfortable legend will always beat an uncomfortable truth, especially when the truth would require the people to look at their own reflection. The masks, in that light, become the most sorrowful detail in the entire story. Think about what they truly were. They were not weapons meant to frighten. They were not trophies meant to be displayed. They were the parts of Ogerpon that allowed it to change, to grow stronger, to express different aspects of its being. For a creature that had been rejected for its appearance, the masks were also a shield, a way to control how much of itself it showed to the world. A way to be present without being fully exposed. To lose them was not just to lose objects, it was to lose the ability to hold itself together in a world that had already shown it so little mercy. And in Kitakami today, those masks are displayed as treasures, worn in festivals, remembered as the spoils of the three great heroes. The village dances with the symbols of a creature's identity, celebrating their loss without ever recognizing who they were taken from. That is the quiet cruelty at the heart of a legend built on half a story. It takes the pain of one and turns it into the celebration of many. Every folklore tradition lives through repetition. A story told once is a rumor. A story told for generations becomes inheritance. And the people of Kitakami did not set out to lie in the way we usually understand lying. They were not deliberately inventing falsehood. They were passing down a memory that had been shaped by fear and incomplete understanding. And each telling smoothed the edges a little more, the way water smooths a stone in a riverbed. The festival, the masks, the names of the three, the dances performed in the spirit of thanks. All of these became acts of remembering. Yet every act of remembering is also an act of forgetting. To remember the Loyal Three as saviors is to forget the human companion who was struck down in that cave. To remember the ogre as a monster is to forget the creature that grieved. To remember the masks as tokens of victory is to forget what they actually meant and who they actually belonged to. And here is a quiet inconsistency in the legend that the village never seemed to address. If Ogerpon was the terror that threatened the land, why did it never return? After the confrontation, after being driven from the village, the creature retreated into the mountains and simply stayed there. It did not plot revenge. It did not gather strength to strike again. It did not descend upon the town under cover of night, burning and raging as a true monster in the old stories would. It simply remained unseen, carrying its grief in the place it had once called home, and it never troubled anyone again. In folklore, monsters return. They renew their threat. They are the danger that must be confronted again and again. But Ogerpon did none of those things. It ceased to be a threat the moment the fighting was over. That silence does not fit the legend of a villain. It fits a creature that had been hurt, that had lashed out in its pain, and that had no desire left except to be left alone. The absence of vengeance is one of the most telling details in the entire history of Kitakami. It points toward a truth the town could not accept. The ogre was not the aggressor. The ogre was the victim. The full account has been preserved, but not in the plaza where the village gathers. It survives in older memories, passed down quietly through an elder's voice, kept apart from the bright celebration of the festival. That is often the way with buried truths. They do not disappear completely. They simply move to the edges, waiting for someone to ask the right question. And when the question is finally asked, when the masks are looked at with fresh eyes, and the monument is examined with a willingness to doubt, the whole foundation of the hero story begins to shift. The memorial at the Loyalty Plaza is not just a monument to 3 Pokémon. It is a monument to the town's willingness to believe its own story, to shield itself from the difficult truth that its heroism was theft and its protection was persecution. To acknowledge that Ogerpon was wronged would mean acknowledging the village's own hand in the tragedy, the rejection that drove the creature and its companion into the mountains in the first place. And that is a far harder story to live with. It is always easier to look outward, to point at the beast in the mountain, and to say, "There is the danger. We are the good ones. We are the ones who were saved." But the truth is more complicated, and the complication is where the real sorrow lives. So when we ask who the hero of Kitakami truly was, the answer is disorienting, because the legend itself was built on sand. The hero of Kitakami was never the hero. The true heroic figure was the one who saw a frightened creature and chose kindness instead of fear. The one who lived quietly with an outcast, asking nothing from a village that had given only judgment. And the hero was Ogerpon as well, the masked Pokémon who loved, who lost, and who grieved in a world that refused to see past the mask into the gentleness it protected. The valley built a memorial to a story of triumph, but the mountain still holds the truth, and that truth asks to be carried, not with anger toward the village, but with compassion for everyone caught inside a story they never chose to write. As the shape of Ogerpon's tragedy settles into view, it becomes harder to ignore how deeply it echoes older patterns. Kitakami's legend of a hero and a monster, of allies and an ogre, of masks and dances and festivals built around a single moment of violence, feels ancient in ways that go beyond any single town. There is a rhythm to this story that has played out across countless villages and countless generations. A rhythm of fear and ritual, of strangers and saviors, of stories repeated until they become indistinguishable from memory itself. And it is that rhythm, carried in the swing of the dance and the weight of the mask, that begins to draw the tale of Ogerpon and the Loyal Three closer to the oldest currents of folklore that ever shaped the land. To understand how a legend can survive on half a story, you have to begin with the place that tells it, because Kitakami is not the kind of region that simply collects stories like ornaments on a shelf. It lives inside its story, or perhaps more accurately, its story lives inside it. Kitakami sits in a valley wrapped by mountains, the kind of countryside where the seasons are measured not by the calendar, but by the landscape itself, by what appears on the hillsides, by which festival is approaching, by whose family has tended which shrine for generations. It is a rural region, deliberately small, deliberately quiet. There are no sprawling cities here, no crowds, no noise. There are rice paddies that glow green through the summer months. There are wooden homes with weathered beams, their roofs worn soft by decades of rain. There are narrow paths that wind upward into forested slopes, where the trees grow so thick that the light filters down in patches, and the air cools by several degrees the moment you step beneath the canopy. And everywhere, woven into the rhythm of daily life, there are reminders that this village understands itself through the things it has preserved: its festivals, its shrines, its masks, its mountains, its inherited customs. The mountains matter more than any single building in Kitakami. They are not just scenery. In the folklore that shaped this part of the world, mountains are where the unknown lives. They are the boundary between the cultivated land and the wild, between the village and the other. The stories that come from this tradition are full of things that descend from the mountains: shapeshifters, spirits, ogres, travelers who should not have been trusted. The mountain is not a backdrop. It is a presence. It is the place the village looks toward when it tells its stories, because it is the place the stories always seem to come from. And the story at the center of Kitakami is no exception. It concerns a masked ogre and 3 Pokémon who came to be known as the Loyal 3. But before we get to the ogre, and before we get to the heroes, it is worth understanding how the village keeps that story alive. Because in Kitakami, the story is not kept in a book on a dusty shelf. It is kept in the open, in the light, in the faces of everyone who takes part in the festival. The Mask Festival is the heart of that keeping. Once a year, the village gathers to celebrate the legend it holds sacred. The masks appear everywhere. They are worn in processions, hung in shrines, carried through the streets on decorated poles. Some are old, passed down within families, their paint worn thin along the edges, their surfaces smoothed by generations of hands. Some are new, carved fresh in the months before the celebration, their colors still bright and unweathered. The faces are exaggerated, designed to be seen from a distance, designed to be remembered. The mouths are wide, the eyes are fierce, and every single mask is a public declaration. We are the village that was protected. Now, here is the thing about this festival. It is not a theatrical performance. It is not a light-hearted retelling of an old tale for the amusement of visitors. In Kitakami, the Mask Festival is a civic ritual. It organizes the calendar, grouping the village year around a single point of meaning. It organizes the community's sense of itself. Everyone has a role. Those who carve the masks, those who carry them, those who prepare the offerings. Those who tend the shrine at Loyalty Plaza, where the 3 heroes are honored in stone, their names spoken aloud each year so that no one forgets. The festival is a way of saying who the good people are, who the villains were, and why this village, of all villages, deserves to be proud of what happened all those years ago. The traditions that inspire this region run deep and old. There is a dance associated with the real Kitakami area, an ogre sword dance, performed at shrines as an offering, handed down through families for generations. The movements are forceful. The masks in that dance are not friendly. The dancers themselves become something other than human for the duration of the performance. It is not a show put on for spectators. It is a prayer made physical, an act of remembrance that binds the living to the dead and the community to its founding memory. And you can feel that same weight in the festival of the game. The celebration in Kitakami is not a party in the loose sense of the word. It is a reenactment of gratitude, carved into wood, painted in bold colors, drummed into the earth with every step. Folklore here is not entertainment. It is identity. It is memory. It is lore. That word matters. Because in a place this small, stories do not simply pass the time. They pass judgment. They decide who belongs and who does not. They decide whose names are spoken with reverence and whose names are spoken with a shudder. The story of the masked ogre is not a bedtime tale to the people of Kitakami. It is the foundation of their civic pride. It is the reason their festival exists. It is the reason they built a monument and taught their children the names of the heroes before the children could even read them. When a child in Kitakami first learns about the 3 Pokémon, They are not being told a story. They are being taught the shape of the world they were born into. A world with a fence around it. A world with a monster on the other side. And yet here is the uncomfortable truth that lingers beneath the surface of the celebration. The festival is a living monument to an event nobody fully witnessed. The villagers were not there when it mattered. They did not see the confrontation unfold. They did not see what led to it, what provoked it, what was stolen, what was lost. They arrived at the aftermath and read the scene as best they could. A masked ogre, grieving and enraged, standing against 3 Pokémon. And from that single incomplete moment, the entire edifice of the legend was built. The masks, the festival, the shrine, the annual retelling, all of it rests on a version of events assembled from the outside, in the dark, after everything important had already happened. That is the particular quality of Kitakami. It is a place where tradition has enormous power over life. The customs here are not decorative. They are binding. A story told at the right festival, in the right shrine, with the right masks, becomes a fixed point. It becomes the truth, not because it was verified, but because it was celebrated. And once a story becomes that deeply woven into a community's sense of itself, it becomes almost impossible to separate from the truth. The village's identity and the village's legend begin to occupy the same space, reinforcing each other, protecting each other, refusing to be pulled apart. This is what makes Kitakami so remarkable as a setting. It is a place where tradition can preserve truth, where the old ways keep alive something genuine that might otherwise have been lost. The craft of mask making, the rituals of the festival, the old customs that tie living people to their ancestors. These have real value. They are the threads that hold the community together. But it is also a place where tradition can preserve a mistake, and preserve it so lovingly, so faithfully, so completely, that the mistake becomes indistinguishable from fact. The festival celebrates heroes. The shrine honors their memory, and none of it can be questioned, because questioning the festival would be questioning the village itself. There is something haunting about that arrangement. It means that the people of Kitakami are not dishonest. They are not frauds. They are keepers of a story they genuinely believe, told by parents to children, by elders to the young, year after year. And every retelling polishes the story a little more, smooths its rough edges, makes it feel more solid. By now, the legend of the masked ogre and the loyal 3 is not merely believed in Kitakami, it is felt. It is part of the physical experience of walking through the village, seeing the masks, passing the shrine, hearing the festival drums echo off the surrounding mountains. And the story itself has a shape that was decided long ago, before the people who now tell it were even born. It follows the familiar rhythm of old tales. A threat appears from the wild, wearing a mask that hides its true face. Brave companions rise to meet it. The village is saved. The heroes are honored forever. It is a clean story. It fits together. It gives the festival its meaning and the shrine its purpose. It feels like the kind of story that has always been true. But a clean story is not the same as a true one. And the shape of this particular legend came from somewhere. It did not emerge from the event itself, fully formed. It emerged from the patterns already stored in the community's memory, from an older tradition, from familiar stories about brave helpers and fearsome ogres, from the kind of tale that feels right, even when it has not been checked against what actually happened. The villagers interpreted the aftermath the only way they knew how, through the stories they had already been told. The ogre was the monster, the 3 were the heroes. It could not have been any other way, so the festival continues. The masks are carved anew each year. The same faces, the same colours, the same story. The shrine is tended. The names of the loyal 3 are spoken with pride across generations. The mountains stand watch over it all, unchanged, silent, holding their own version of events. And somewhere beyond the festival lights, beyond the last path of the village, in the shadows of the very mountains that define this place. The one who was left out of the story remains. In Kitakami, there is a story that children learn before they learn to write their own names. It is told at the Mask Festival, carved into the wooden faces that hang from market stalls, sung in the slow dances that mark the turning of the seasons. And it is a story that the village believes with all its heart. At the centre of that story stands a creature that never got a fair hearing, the masked ogre. According to the village version of events, a long time ago, a frightening ogre appeared. It came from the mountains, or perhaps from somewhere beyond them, somewhere darker. It wore a mask, and that mask seemed to carry the creature's fury. Wherever the ogre walked, the ground trembled. Wherever it stopped, fear took root. It threatened Kitakami, the people say. It threatened the fields, the harvest, the very existence of the village. There was no one brave enough to stand before it. No one strong enough to send it back to wherever it had come from. And then the three came. Okidogi, with a body built like a guardian's. Monkey Dory, quick of mind and light of frame. Pheasantipity, whose graceful presence seemed to still the air around it. They are described in the old tales as a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant. Though it is the kind of description that flatters the shapes of ordinary animals, more than it captures what these three truly were. They were Pokémon, of course, and in the legend, they were exactly what the village needed. Together the three faced the masked ogre. They fought it on the mountainside, and they drove it away. The ogre was gone, the village was safe, and the three who had protected it were given a new name, one that would be repeated for generations, the Loyal Three. In the years that followed, Kitakami built its identity around that victory. There is Loyalty Plaza, with its memorial stones worn smooth by the hands of visitors. There is the Mask Festival, where dancers wear bright wooden faces in honor of the day the ogre was driven off. There are the masks themselves, preserved and displayed in the center of the village as trophies of that ancient battle. And there is the unwritten rule that every child will know the names of the Loyal Three before they know the names of their own grandparents. Okidogi, Monkidori, Pheasantipity. Say those names in Kitakami, and you are saying the name of salvation. To walk through Kitakami during the Mask Festival is to be surrounded by the story. Wooden ogre faces glare down from lantern posts, painted in reds and blacks so deep they seem to drink the light. Children carry small paper masks on sticks, and older dancers wear heavier ones, carved from cedar and weighted with years of use. The rhythm of the drums is steady, patient, like a heartbeat the village has shared for longer than anyone can remember. And in the center of it all, the masks of the ogre rest in their place of honor, watched over by the carved figures of the Loyal Three standing guard. Every color, every shape, every motion of the dancers' hands retells the same sequence. The ogre came, the ogre threatened, the ogre was driven away. Here is what makes the story so powerful and so slippery. It divides the world into the simplest possible shapes. On one side, the masked ogre, an obvious villain. No name, no history, no motive, no sorrow. It exists purely as a threat, the way a storm exists or an earthquake. On the other side, the Loyal Three, obvious heroes. Their bravery is the whole of their character. The story does not ask you to love them, only to be grateful to them. And the villagers, generation after generation, have been exactly that, grateful. The moral architecture of the tale is as plain as a child's drawing. Monster on one side, saviors on the other, and the brief flash of a battle in between. You are never asked to hesitate. You are never meant to wonder whether there might be more to the ogre than a mask and a roar. And yet, there is something uneasy beneath the surface of this heroic account, something that the story itself cannot quite hide. Listen to how the legend describes the ogre. It is not merely dangerous, it is overwhelming. It is not merely frightening. It is the kind of fear that stops speech, that empties streets, that makes parents pull their children inside and bar the doors. The more the village insists on the ogre's terror, the more it needs its heroes to have been impossibly brave. And the more impossibly brave the heroes become, the more terrifying the ogre has to be. The two halves of the story hold each other up. The fear feeds the heroism, and the heroism feeds the fear, each one growing larger every time the story is told. Think about what that means for the official account. The legend of the masked ogre is at its heart a story that teaches people to be afraid, not just of the ogre, but of the mountains it came from, of the wildness beyond the village edge, of anything that wears a mask and does not belong. The festival celebrates the loyal three, but it does so by reminding everyone of the terror they ended. The memorial stones are warm to the touch, but the story carved into them is one of ruin narrowly avoided. Even the masks displayed in the village, the ones taken from the ogre in that ancient battle, are objects of fear before they are objects of pride. Children stare at them and learn what they are supposed to feel. So we are left with a strange question. Why does this officially heroic story depend so heavily on fear? Not on courage, though courage is named constantly. Not on sacrifice, though the loyal three are said to have given much. Fear. The legend was written in a way that makes the ogre's threat the very foundation of everything else. Take away the fear, and the loyal three become something else entirely. Take away the fear, and the village's proudest story begins to wobble, a table with one leg gone. It is a story that seems to need the monster to be monstrous in the most extreme way possible, or else the whole account of what happened on that mountain collapses. And that is the quiet crack running through Kitakami's official legend, a crack that the mask festival cannot cover, no matter how brightly the dancers twirl, no matter how loudly the drums beat. There have been voices in the village over the years who asked for more of the story, who wondered aloud where the ogre came from, who noticed that the loyal three are always described as heroes, but never described as having known the ogre before that day, who asked why the ogre's mask was kept if it was so dangerous. But those voices are quiet, and they do not come often. A legend this deeply woven into the life of a community does not loosen its grip easily. The story of the masked ogre is not just a story to the people of Kitakami, it is the reason the festival exists, the reason the plaza stands where it does, the reason certain paths are avoided, certain shadows respected, certain names spoken only in prayer. To question the legend would be to question the shape of the village itself. The story has been told so many times, so carefully, so lovingly, that the telling itself has become a kind of stone. But stones can be lifted, and when the soil beneath this particular stone is finally turned, the village might find something it did not expect. Something that has been waiting all along, patient and heavy, beneath the weight of the legend. The village of Kitakami now had its story. A frightening ogre had come down from the mountain, terrorized the land, and been driven away by 3 brave Pokémon. It was tidy, it was complete, it explained everything, and it was exactly the kind of story a community could build a life around. Over the years that followed, the tale of the loyal 3 did not simply survive in Kitakami, it became the village's spine. Grandparents told it to children, and those children told it to their own grandchildren, and every retelling added a little weight, a little polish, a little more certainty. Eventually, the story was no longer a story. It was just what everyone knew. It was weather. It was landscape. It was the air itself. This is how foundational myths work. They do not need to be remembered accurately. They need to be repeated consistently. And Kitakami repeated this one at every opportunity. The ogre grew larger in each telling, its mask more sinister, its appetite more bottomless. The 3 heroes grew braver, faster, more selfless. Over generations, the encounter became a battle, the battle became a war, and the war became a lesson about sacrifice, loyalty, and the protection of the innocent. All the messy fragments, all the confusion, all the fear that had swirled around that original moment were smoothed away. What remained was a clean story, a story with a clear villain, a story with 3 clear heroes, a story that told the people of Kitakami who they were and what they owed to the ones who came before them. And because the story was that important, it needed a place. Stories that live only in the mouth can drift and change. Stories that live in stone, however, press down with a different kind of weight. That place became Loyalty Plaza. In the heart of Kitakami, in the center of daily life, the villagers raised a public space dedicated entirely to the memory of the three protectors. And it is impossible to overstate how much care went into making that space feel sacred. Loyalty Plaza is not just a park with a few statues. It is a shrine. It is a temple to an idea. The entire layout of the plaza draws your eyes toward the trio, inviting you to stand before them, to look up, to measure yourself against their example. You are meant to feel small in their presence. You are meant to feel grateful. You are meant to remember what the village would have lost if they had not been there. And of course, there are the statues themselves. Okidogi, Monkidori, and Fezandipiti, rendered in heroic pose, frozen forever in the moment of their supposed triumph. The statues do not show the chaos of the original encounter. They do not show confusion, or fear, or the distance between the witnesses and the event. They show three figures standing tall, heads held high, radiating confidence and virtue. They look like heroes are supposed to look, and that is precisely the point. A statue is not a record of what happened. A statue is an argument about what a community wants to believe. Every time someone passes those statues, every time a child asks who they are, the argument is made again. The heroes were real. The heroes were brave. The heroes were loyal. And the ogre, whoever it was, whether it still lurks in the mountain or has long since vanished, was the enemy. No nuance survives in bronze. The masks are part of this too. The very masks that were taken from Ogerpon in the violent encounter are woven into the public display, presented as trophies of the trio's victory. Visitors to Loyalty Plaza can see them. Tangible evidence that the story is true, that the battle really happened, that the heroes really won. But the masks tell a different story if you know what to look for. They are not the spoiled spoils of a defeated monster. They are pieces of someone's identity, stolen and repurposed as decoration for a lie. In the village's telling, the masks are proof of virtue. In reality, they are proof of theft. The same object, depending on who is holding it, depending on the story it is placed inside, becomes either a treasure or a wound. The ceremony around the trio went even further. The annual Mask Festival, which dominates Kitakami's social calendar, is built entirely around the legend. The festival is not simply a celebration of the harvest or a seasonal gathering with some old stories attached. It is a performance of civic faith. The masks of the ogre are worn by dancers, reenacting the menace that once threatened the village. The three heroes are honoured with chants, with costumes, with ritualized retellings of their bravery. Children grow up participating in these traditions, learning the story through their bodies before they ever understand it through their minds. The festival is how the village teaches its youngest members who to admire and who to fear. It is how the memory of the Loyal Three is kept burning across generations. And it is also how a violent encounter became a moral lesson. Think about what that transformation requires. In the actual moment, whatever happened between Ogerpon, the three Pokémon, and the human companion who loved her was almost certainly chaotic and confusing. There was pain, there was rage, there was grief, there was probably screaming, there was definitely blood, but the festival does not preserve any of that. The festival distills the event into a two-part story. The ogre came, the heroes triumphed. The fear is real, but it is a safe fear, a staged fear, a fear that always ends in celebration. The violence is remembered only as a prelude to victory. The moral lesson is clean. Evil appears. Good fights evil. Good wins. Everyone goes home feeling proud. That is what a festival does to history. It takes the jagged edges and rounds them off. It takes the ambiguity and burns it away. It takes the uncomfortable questions and drowns them in music and dancing and laughter. And yet, underneath all of that ceremony, there is a contradiction, a problem that sits at the foundation of Kitakami's civic religion. The village reveres the Loyal Three as heroes. It builds statues to them. It dedicates plazas to them. It celebrates them in rituals that span generations. But the village does not possess a complete eyewitness account of what happened. Think about that for a moment. There is no record of anyone standing close enough to the encounter to see it clearly and living to describe it. The story was assembled from fragments, from distant glimpses, from the terrified reports of people who saw the aftermath and filled in the blanks with their own assumptions. The ogre was spotted. The ogre raged. The 3 Pokémon were found, perhaps wounded, perhaps not, and the village connected the dots. The conclusion felt obvious. The ogre was the cause. The trio was the cause of its defeat. But connection is not the same as testimony. A story can feel complete without ever actually being complete. And Kitakami's foundational legend is built on that gap, on the space between what the villagers saw and what they assumed. No one meant to lie. That is the strange thing. Generations of Kitakami locals passed down this story in good faith. They believed it. They loved it. They shaped their entire community around it. But belief is not the same as knowledge, and a story can be repeated with perfect sincerity and still be false. The Loyal 3 did exist. Something did happen in that mountain. The people of Kitakami were not hallucinating the violence they fled from, but the story they built around that violence, the story of righteous heroes and a monstrous ogre, was never anchored in a full account. It was anchored in fear, in the need for explanation, in the human craving for a world where threats are clear and protectors are unmistakable. So the legend hardened into law. The statues rose. The festival flourished. Loyalty Plaza became a destination, a place of pilgrimage, a space where the village's identity was performed and reaffirmed again and again. And each generation that passed through that plaza, that touched the same bronze heroes, that danced the same festival dances, that told the same story to the same watching children, deepened the foundation of the myth a little further. They were not just remembering, they were building. Brick by brick, retelling by retelling, they constructed a civic icon so solid, so beautiful, so deeply woven into the fabric of Kitakami that no one would ever think to question it. And then, eventually, someone did think to question it, because myths, no matter how carefully built, are not airtight. They have cracks. They have those telling silences where the story refuses to say more. They have the details that do not quite fit, the objects that mean different things depending on who is looking at them, the masks that were never quite trophies. And they have an element in the center of it all, a figure whose experience was locked out of the official story entirely. The ogre was never given a voice in Kitakami. The ogre was just a threat, a symbol, a monster in the corner of a morality tale. But symbols, on closer inspection, have a way of becoming very real, very specific, very human. And the more the village polished its clean lesson, the more the truth of what actually happened to that masked figure, to the one who had been alone on the mountain, waited beneath the surface for someone to finally notice. Loyalty Plaza may hold the memory still, but a plaza is only stone and silence. It is the festival that makes the memory breathe. Every year, Kitakami dresses itself in its legend, and for a few days, the past stops being something that happened and becomes something you can taste, hear and touch. The masks come first. They hang from stalls. They appear on banners. They are worn by children, too young to understand their weight. The mask is the symbol of the ogre, the mark of the menace that once stalked the land. Kitakami has turned the ogre's face into a decoration, something colourful and slightly playful, a way to laugh at what was once feared, and the villagers do not know how close they are to the truth when they do it. The masks celebrated at the festival were never tools of terror. They were part of who Ogerpon was, an identity worn against a world that refused to accept it. They were stolen in an act of violence, and now they hang in the open as ornaments, their real story hidden behind the very celebration that honours them. Public storytelling does the rest. Elders gather in the square, and the children settle in close, and the familiar tale begins. An ogre appeared. The ogre raged. 3 brave Pokémon stood against it. The faithful dog, the clever monkey, the graceful pheasant. The shapes line up neatly, the way they always do in folk tales. The story is good. It has a beginning, a middle, and a triumphant end. It invites the children to cheer for the heroes and to boo the monster on cue. The telling is always the same, because the telling has been the same for generations. And that consistency is exactly what makes it so difficult to break. The dance takes it further. When the festival reaches its peak, performers take on the roles. Someone plays the ogre, wild and loud, stomping through the crowd with movements meant to startle and thrill. 3 others play the loyal, 3 circling, closing in, driving the monster away. The dance carries the weight of older folk traditions, the kind of ogre dances that have echoed through rural Japan for centuries, where the Oni is beaten back by heroes and the village breathes again. There is a rhythm to it, a stomp, a pulse, and the crowd claps when the ogre is expelled. The dance makes the story physical. It embeds the legend in muscle and memory, so that even the children who cannot read the village's written records feel the tale in their bones. They will grow up knowing how it ends before they ever learn to ask what came before it. And then there are the decorations. Lanterns painted with the trio's faces, paper streamers in their colours, banners stitched with the moment of their supposed victory. The festival remakes the entire village into a shrine of gratitude. Everywhere you look, the same scene repeats. The ogre on one side, the 3 on the other, and the village safe in the middle. The decorations do not argue with you. They simply surround you until the version of the story they tell feels like the only version there ever was. This is how the festival preserves a memory. It is a memory that has been smoothed and polished until ambiguity has disappeared. There is no room in the dance for a creature's grief. There is no room in the story for a companion lost, for masks stolen in an act of betrayal, for a rage that was really sorrow. Each retelling strips those things away, because those things do not fit the shape the village has chosen. Reenactment always simplifies. The festival does not ask you to think about the moments before the story began. It asks you only to feel the joy of the ending, and that joy is real. That part cannot be denied. The festival brings families together. It gives children something to look forward to, something to laugh at, something to believe in. The community becomes a community all over again, bound together by shared words and shared dances and shared laughter. There is warmth in the celebration, a genuine warmth that comes from people standing close and singing the same songs their grandparents sang. But the warmth is built on something lonely, because the figure the festival celebrates against was never there to grieve. The ogre in the dance is not an actor. It is a shadow of a being who once lived and who lived wronged. While the village dances, Ogerpon exists somewhere in the mountains, out of sight, alone. The masks that were taken are on display in the square, and the story that condemns the one who wore them is told in every corner of the village. The celebration's joy is made possible by a loneliness so complete that the lonely one cannot even be mentioned without being turned into a monster. The festival is a gathering of everyone, and its purpose is to rejoice against a single excluded being. So the question becomes whether a tradition can remain innocent once its foundation is exposed as unjust. Logically, the celebration should fall apart the moment the truth is told. But traditions do not run on logic. They run on belonging. The people of Kitakami love the festival. It is theirs. It shaped them. To abandon it would be to abandon a part of themselves. And so the festival may continue, not because the story is true, but because it is familiar, and because the community built itself around believing it. The masks still hang. The dance still stomps. The lanterns still glow. The village gathers every year and tells itself the same story, and the story gets smoother every time. The past does not change, but the telling of the past changes with every repetition, until the memory the festival preserves is just a beautiful mask over something that happened much differently, and somewhere off the road, where the lantern light does not reach, a quieter account has always existed. Not told in the square, not performed in the dance, not hung on any wall. It is the account the festival has no room for. The one that tells the story from the other side, from before the legend, from before the celebration. It waits for the moment someone finally asks what really happened when the masks were taken, and the festival keeps dancing, unaware that the truth has always been pressing against the edges of its joy. The festival mask never changes. Year after year, the same painted face is carried through Kitakami. Wide eyes, sharp teeth, a permanent scowl carved from wood. A face designed to be recognized instantly and never questioned. And that is the real power of the festival. Not the dancing, not the music, not the warm lantern light. The power is repetition. The power is the slow, comfortable way a community agrees that the monster in its story looks exactly like that. Because once a face has been paraded through town long enough, nobody remembers to ask what was behind it. Nobody wonders if the scowl was always the truth, or if it was simply the only expression the world ever let it wear. Even the children sprint through the festival in little ogre masks of their own, grinning and shrieking, trying on the villain's face for fun. And there is something quietly devastating about that, because the real ogre, the one this whole town sings about, never got to choose a face. Hers was decided for her. The town decided it, carved it into wood, sold it to children, and hung it in the plaza. Not one voice in the whole festival pauses to ask how a mask might feel when the world wears your face as a joke. But there was a being behind that mask, and her name is Ogerpon. Ogerpon is not a boss encounter. That is the first thing we have to unlearn. If you go into the story expecting a classic battle against a rampaging ogre, the story will quietly pull the chair out from underneath you. Ogerpon is the emotional center of this entire tale. Every red herring, every broken promise, every piece of Kitakami's carefully maintained legend exists to cradle this one creature and her loss. She is not the obstacle to be overcome. She is the heart the hero was too late to save, and you can see it in the very shape of her. Ogerpon is small, rounded, almost childlike, a green creature with a pale face so plainly built to hold a mask that you almost expect to see the seam. Nothing about her screams threat the way the festival carvings do. There is no towering frame, no menacing claws, no deep echoing roar. She is the kind of creature you would find curled in a cave, eking out at a world she has learned not to trust. And that wariness was learned. It was taught to her by the very people who now celebrate her defeat. The true story of Kitakami begins long before the legend, on a quieter patch of time. Ogerpon did not descend upon the village in a blinding rage. She lived. She lived with a human companion, someone who looked past the surface. Everyone else had already judged, because from the very beginning, Ogerpon was turned away for how she appeared. The villagers saw her and made her other. They shunned her, pushed her away, until she and her companion had no choice but to retreat to the mountains and make a home in the cave that became their refuge. Imagine that for a moment. Imagine being exiled simply for the way you look. Imagine finding one single person willing to live beside you in that exile, and imagine what that person meant to you. Here is where the masks become more than costume. In Kitakami, the masks are displayed publicly as trophies of a victory, evidence of the ogre that was defeated, proof that the loyal three did what they claimed. But those masks never belonged to a villain. They belonged to Ogerpon. They are her identity, her power, her protection, and her deepest hope of being seen differently, all folded into one worn surface. Think about what it means to choose your own face. Most of us never have to. We move through the world and the world takes us as we are. But for a creature whose face already earned her exile, a mask is not a lie. It is a reclamation. It says, I will decide what you see. It is the one shield a lonely heart can hold between itself and the cruelty of a world that flinches on sight. And the three heroes celebrated at Loyalty Plaza never attacked a monster. They attacked the human who had shown her kindness, stole the masks that held her sense of self, and left her with nothing. That is not heroism. That is erasure. dressed up in festival colours and sung about for generations. There is a tension at the heart of Ogerpon's story. And it is not the tension of a battle, it is the tension between the frightening image the town has painted of her and the quiet, aching desire for companionship underneath. Ogerpon did not want to be feared. She wanted to be known. She wanted the same thing every exiled creature wants, to be seen, fully and without flinching, and still accepted. The mask was not about becoming a monster. It was about becoming beautiful, becoming normal, becoming anything at all that would let her walk through a village without hearing the fear in their voices. She wanted to be accepted, even if that failed, to simply be unseen, to be passed over, to be left alone without being hated. But the world made that impossible. The world judged her before it knew her, just as it had judged the companion she loved. When the 3 Pokémon came for the masks, when they took everything that let her present herself to the world, her grief curdled into something the villagers could finally read. Because rage is readable. Rage looks familiar. Rage fits the mask they had already carved for her. So the mask is not proof of evil. That is the single most important thing we can say about Ogerpon. The mask is a response. It is a response to a world that judged her before knowing her. A world that decided her face was unacceptable and punished her for it. The mask is not evidence of guilt. It is armor. It is the face she learned to wear after the face the world gave her turned out to be wrong. And the village never understood that. They only ever saw her in her worst moment, raw with grief and fury over the masks that had been stolen, over the companion who was lost to her. They arrived at the end of the story and mistook it for the beginning. They saw grief and rage and called it proof of a monster. They wrote a legend from a single page of a book none of them had ever opened from the start. And that is what the festival preserves, not the ogre, not Ogerpon. The festival preserves the moment of misunderstanding, dressed up as history. Every mask carved, every dance performed, every decorated street is a small ceremony of misreading, an annual celebration of the exact instant when a wronged creature became a villain in the eyes of the people who never tried to know her. The tragedy of Ogerpon is not that she was defeated, it is that she was misread, and that the misreading became the bedrock of a town's civic pride. Her masks hang in public as monuments to a lie. The very things she used to protect her identity now sit in Kitakami as evidence of her guilt. The town is proud of the day it lost the truth. But here is the strange mercy of folklore. Once you know the truth, a story can be pried open. The masks can be seen again, not as trophies, but as what they always were. And Ogerpon can finally be approached, not as a monster, but as what she always was underneath. A small, lonely creature who wanted companionship and was punished for wanting it. The mask was never the enemy. The fear of her face was. Underneath all of that, something even more interesting is stirring, because Kitakami's legend was not invented whole cloth. It is built on the bones of a much older story, one that Japan has told for centuries. A hero born into greatness travels to a village plagued by an ogre. The ogre is the threat. The hero defeats it. And 3 creatures, a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant, join the fight and share in the triumph. That is the classic tale of Momotaro, the Peach Boy, and the loyal 3 line up almost too neatly with those 3 animal helpers. Yet in the story Kitakami tells, the roles have been hollowed out. The 3 helpers are not noble protectors of the innocent. They are the ones who attacked a companion, stole the masks, and started the whole tragedy. The ogre is not the threat, she is the victim. And the hero's story the village has sung for generations turns out to be the lie the entire town was built on. The old folk tales gave the Oni a face of pure malice, a cave-dwelling, fear-making monster. Kitakami's hidden truth gives the Oni a face of loneliness, a face made of grief, a face that only wore its mask because the world refused to look at the one underneath. And that is where the oldest folklore begins to stir again. Not in the lantern-lit plaza, but in the mountain, caves where the Oni has been sitting all along, waiting for someone to ask what the mask was hiding. There is a painful irony at the heart of Ogerpon's story. The mask that was meant to help it be seen differently became the very thing that sealed its fate. Because a mask does not just hide a face, it replaces one. And when a community looks at a face they cannot read, they do not lean closer, they step back. That is where the fear begins. Not in anything Ogerpon did, but in everything the villagers did not know about it. To understand why the villagers of Kitakami were so ready to believe the worst, you have to understand the stories they were already telling themselves about the world beyond their fields. Kitakami is a rural village nestled among mountains, a region steeped in old Japanese tradition. And in that tradition, the mountain is not just a geographic feature, it is a boundary, a line drawn between two worlds. On one side is the cultivated land, the rice paddies, the homes, the shrines, the festivals that give shape to the year. On the other side is the wild, the deep forest, the caves, the shadowed slopes where order does not reach. And that wild space has a figure associated with it, the Oni. The Oni in Japanese folklore is a mountain-dwelling, cave-associated figure, feared as an outsider in the most literal sense. It comes from beyond the village line. It does not follow village rules. It does not care about boundaries. It appears when the human world is at its most vulnerable, and it brings destruction, disease, or misfortune in its wake. In old stories, when a village suffered a calamity, people often explained it as the work of an Oni, not because they had seen one, but because they needed a name for the thing that came from beyond, a name that made chaos legible, that gave it a face, a shape, and a place of origin. This is the template the villagers of Kitakami carried in their memories. It was reinforced all around them. Their festivals, their masked performances, their cautionary tales of heroes, and their animal companions driving ogres from the land. The entire culture was built on stories of a boundary between the safe and the dangerous, and this is the lens they used when they looked at Ogerpon, because Ogerpon was, to their eyes, deeply strange. It was not a Pokémon they had a familiar relationship with. It did not resemble the creatures that shared their fields and homes. It walked upright on two legs in a way that read more human than beast. And yet it was clearly not human. It wore a mask that covered its face, so its expression was always hidden, always unreadable, and it came from the mountains. It lived in the kind of space where the Oni was supposed to live. The cave, the forest, the high passes. These were the places their stories had already marked as dangerous. Every detail that made Ogerpon unique was a detail that made it fit the old story a little too well. And here is the thing about fear. Fear does not need evidence. Fear needs only a shape to attach itself to. The mask gave the fear a shape. The mountains gave the fear a location. And the unfamiliarity gave the fear a name. Once the villagers had that name, once the word Oni was hanging in the air, everything Ogerpon did became a confirmation. A strange sound from the cave was not just a strange sound. It was a threat. A glimpse of the mask in the trees was not just a glimpse. It was proof that something dangerous was watching. The villagers were not reading Ogerpon's behavior. They were reading their own expectations. And their expectations told them that something from the mountains, wearing a mask, living beyond the village line, could not possibly mean well. This is how unfamiliarity turns into rumor. It does not happen all at once. It happens in small steps, each one almost imperceptible. Someone sees Ogerpon and feels uneasy. That unease is shared, and in the sharing it grows. Detail is added to detail, not always out of malice, but out of a need to make sense of what was seen. The mask becomes stranger in the retelling. The movements become more menacing. The mountain dwelling becomes a lair, and soon the village is not talking about a Pokémon they met. They are talking about a creature that was never going to belong among them. Rumor does not need a single person to lie. It just needs a community to prefer the dramatic version over the uncertain one. And the dramatic version was the only story they already knew. It had a hero structure. It had a danger structure. It had its own internal logic. All Ogerpon had to do was exist, and the story did the rest. And that is how the exclusion happened. It was not a trial. There was no accusation, no testimony, no chance to respond. The judgment was social, which made it both invisible and absolute. The villagers stopped approaching. They stopped asking questions. They stopped seeing Ogerpon as something that could be understood and started treating it as something that could only be avoided. The mask that had been meant to help Ogerpon present a face to the world became the very thing that made the world refuse to look at it. Ogerpon and its human companion were pushed toward the margins. They retreated deeper into the mountains, into the cave, into the very place the village had already decided they belonged. And this is the beginning of the tragedy, the true beginning. Not the later violence, not the theft of the masks. The tragedy begins here, in the quiet moment when the village decided that Ogerpon was dangerous, without ever letting it explain itself. Ogerpon was condemned before it ever got the chance to speak, and that condemnation became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because when you treat creature as a monster, you push it into a corner. You remove every path back to trust. You close every door that might have led to understanding. And then, when that creature finally lashes out, when grief or rage or desperation finally overflows, you point to that outburst and say, "See, we were right about it all along." You never stop to ask what you did to create the conditions for that outburst. You never wonder what the creature might have said if anyone had bothered to listen. The villagers would never see the full story. They would never understand what those masks meant to Ogerpon, or what it cost to wear them. They would never know the kind of companionship Ogerpon had built beyond the village line. They would only see the aftermath of a confrontation they had helped create, and they would read it through the same old lens, the same old story of the Oni from the mountain, the same fear that had been building since the very first moment they looked at a masked stranger and decided it was a threat. Because that is the cruel thing about folklore. It does not just tell you about the past. It shapes what you are willing to believe about the present. The villagers of Kitakami were not afraid of Ogerpon because of what it had done. They were afraid because their stories had already told them who Ogerpon was, and those stories were waiting for a face. Ogerpon wore a mask, and in the end, the village never saw the face behind it. They only saw the story they had placed there themselves. That fear did not stay contained within the village. It followed Ogerpon into the mountains. It pressed in on the cave, on the quiet life Ogerpon had built there with its human companion, and out of that pressure, something would come. Not a misunderstanding, not a rumour, but an act, a theft, a wound that would take the masks, and ultimately, the one companionship that had made the isolation bearable. And so it's easy to see why the mountain itself became part of the fear. The villagers looked up at those dark slopes and told themselves that something dangerous lived there, because that's what the shape of the land had always suggested. An Oni belongs to the wild places. A cave is where a monster hides. And Ogerpon, with its masks and its strange, powerful presence, fit that image perfectly in their minds. But there is a piece of the story that the village never carved into its monuments. A piece that doesn't appear in the dances, or in the songs, or in the proud retellings at Loyalty Plaza. The masked ogre was not always alone. Before the legends hardened into certainty, before the loyal three earned their names, there was a human who travelled with Ogerpon, and that human saw something the village could not. We don't know who this person was. Their name has been lost, if it was ever recorded at all. We don't know where they came from, or how they first crossed paths with Ogerpon, or what moment convinced them to stay. The official folklore has no room for them, so they exist only in the margins of the true account, a quiet presence at the edge of a tragedy. What we do know is this. In a place where the ogre was feared, this human offered something remarkable in its simplicity: acceptance. Not the cautious tolerance of a neighbour, not the careful distance of curiosity. Acceptance, the kind that says you are allowed to exist here, with me as you are. Think about what that must have meant for a being like Ogerpon. Everywhere it had gone, it had been read as a threat. Its appearance, its masks, the very way it moved through the world. All of it seemed to trigger the same instinct in others: fear, distance, that cold, quiet certainty that some creatures are simply not welcome. And then, in the middle of all that, one person looked at Ogerpon and did not look away. One person saw a companion. This is the detail that changes everything, if you let it. Because the creature the village called an ogre was capable of trust. Deep, genuine, trusting loyalty. Not the loyalty of a servant, and not the loyalty of a pet, but the loyalty of a partner who has found their person. Ogerpon travelled beside this human willingly. It shared their journey, shared their hardship, shared whatever small joys they could carve out of a world that had rejected them both. And by every sign we have, it gave its heart completely to the one who accepted it. We tend to talk about loyalty in this story as if it belongs only to the 3 Pokémon honoured by the village. But loyalty was already present in those mountains. Long before they climbed them, Ogerpon was loyal. That's the part that gets buried. The so-called ogre was not waiting for a moment of cruelty. It was not biding its time in the dark until it could strike. It was in the truest sense home, because home is not a place. Home is the being who looks at you and says, without words, that you belong. The village, of course, was not ready for that. When the pair approached, when the human tried to show the community that Ogerpon was not what they believed, the answer was rejection. Maybe it was a single turning point, some moment when the villagers made their position unmistakable. Maybe it was slower, a gradual chilling of every welcome until there was no welcome left to find. The details are lost to us, but the outcome is not. The people of Kitakami refused, and so the two retreated. This is where the story takes on its quiet tragedy. The mountain that the village would one day describe as the ogre's lair, the dark place where Ogerpon supposedly plotted against them, became in truth a refuge, not for a monster, but for 2 unwanted outsiders. The caves offered shelter from the weather. The slopes offered distance from the judgment below. And in the place the village had feared, the human and the ogre made a life together. They were hidden, yes, but they were also home. There is something deeply sad about the way the village's imagination worked, because the people of Kitakami did not need to invent a threat. There was no monster lurking in those caves, just a being who had been hurt, and a person who had chosen to stay beside it anyway. The mountain was not a cage for a violent creature. It was a sanctuary for 2 souls with nowhere else to go. The masks that Ogerpon wore were not weapons meant for conquest. They were walls, fragile ones, built by a heart that had learned, far too often, what it meant to be seen and hated. But with the human companion, those walls could come down. There was no need to hide from the one person who had never turned away. That kind of peace is precious. And for a time, it seems, that's what they had. Quiet days in the mountain, the companionship of 2 beings, without needing the approval of the village below. Perhaps there were evenings when the masks sat beside them, untouched, while Ogerpon simply existed as itself. Perhaps there were mornings when the human looked at that masked face and saw not an ogre, but a friend. We can't know the small moments, but the relationship itself tells us something the legend never could. That Ogerpon was not an isolated monster, not a force of nature, not a cautionary tale. It was a being who wanted connection, found it, and treasured it. And that is what makes what came next so heartbreaking. Because the world they had left behind did not forget them. The same fear that had driven them into the mountains would eventually climb those slopes to find them again. The peace would not last. The refuge would be breached. And the companionship that had offered Ogerpon its first real belonging would be torn away in a single cruel act. An act that the village, with its polished and comforting story, would one day mistake for heroism. But before that breaking, there was this: a human and an ogre walking together through the wilds of Kitakami, an outsider who was not alone, a friendship made in the shadow of rejection, a loyalty that had nothing to do with statues or festivals. When the village tells its story of the masked ogre and the 3 heroes, it forgets that the hero of Ogerpon's story was never a warrior at all. It was the one person who looked at the so-called ogre and said, without hesitation, "You are not alone," and whatever monsters the villagers imagined in the dark of that mountain, the only heart they should have feared was already broken and would stay that way for a very long time. The human companion and Ogerpon found each other not in the village, but at its very edges, and that was no accident. The village had already made up its mind about Ogerpon long before the two ever met. To the people of Kitakami, it was simply the masked ogre, a thing of the mountain, feared for its face, judged for its difference, defined by the very mask that made it impossible to see clearly. There was no conversation to be had, no introduction to be made. The story had been told before anyone had the chance to meet the creature at its centre, and so the human who had come to understand Ogerpon did the only thing that was truly possible under such circumstances. They stepped outside the story entirely. Their home was a cave in the mountainside, tucked into the folds of the rugged land that ringed Kitakami. From the village square, you could not see it. The path was narrow and steep, bordered by undergrowth and loose stone, easy to miss even if you knew it was there. In the village, Ogerpon was a subject of fear, a monster in a mask, kept at a distance by the stories the community repeated to itself, until those stories felt like facts. But here, in the hollow of the mountain, it was simply a companion, a presence, a being with its own quiet habits, its own way of watching the light move across the valley, its own version of patience learned from years of being unwelcome. The warmth of that private bond was a small and precious thing. It lived in the ordinary details, the small rituals that make up a shared life. The companion would wake to the sound of Ogerpon stirring near the mouth of the cave, or find a fire already tended against the chill of the mountain morning. They shared meals without ceremony, comfortable in a way that only creatures who have stopped performing for each other can truly be. There was no need to explain, no need to justify, no need to defend a single choice or a single feature. In the village, Ogerpon had always been an argument, a figure that people debated, feared, and shaped to suit their own unease. In the cave, it was just itself, and that simplicity was the greatest gift the two of them could offer each other. But the contrast was never far away. From certain points along the mountain path, you could see the village below, laid out like a painted scene. The roofs, the fields, the smoke rising from chimneys at dusk. On festival nights, the lights would flicker like scattered seeds, and the sound of music would drift upward on the wind, faint but unmistakable, laughter, drums, voices raised in song, the warmth of a community gathered to celebrate self. And every note of it was a reminder that Ogerpon was not welcome there. The village's warmth was not for them. It was a fire they could see from the darkness, but never stand beside. That is what it meant to live at the edge of things, close enough to witness the world you were excluded from, far enough that the exclusion had nowhere to go but into the space between the two of them. And in that space, something fragile took root, a trust that did not require the approval of anyone else, a bond that was complete precisely because it had been denied everything else. This is where the isolation became a double-edged thing. It is easy to look at that hidden hollow in the mountain and see only safety. And it was safe, in a sense. The cave was sheltered from the harshest weather. The approach was difficult enough to discourage the casually curious. There was no one on that mountainside to sneer, to whisper, to sharpen the old stories into fresh cruelties. But the same isolation that kept judgment away also kept help away. No one knew where they lived. No one would notice if something went wrong. The village had no reason to come looking for Ogerpon, and no interest in doing so. If danger ever reached that mountainside, it would arrive without witness, without interruption, without the possibility of rescue from below. And yet that same isolation was the only thing that allowed them to keep their dignity. Because dignity, for a creature like Ogerpon, meant the freedom to be seen for what it was, rather than what others had decided it must be. The village would never offer that. The village had fixed its image of the masked ogre, and would not permit reality to interfere. So the mountain became a sanctuary where dignity could survive, an existence beyond the edges of society, beyond the reach of the legend that had condemned them. It was lonely. It was precarious. It was held together by nothing more than the choice they had made to be there for each other, but it was theirs. And there is a wholeness in that, a refusal to beg for acceptance from people who were never going to give it, that the village's approval could never have matched. The mountain itself understood this duality. Its slopes were both sanctuary and warning at once. The cave's narrow entrance offered shelter, a defensible pocket of warmth carved into cold stone. Wind could howl across the open face of the peak, while the fire inside burned steady and untroubled. But the same terrain that kept the curious away was the terrain that would keep rescue at bay. Distance protects in two directions. The mountain shielded them from the village, yes, but it would also shield the village from knowing, and it would offer no obstacle to any threat that chose to climb those slopes, patient and unhurried, with no crowds to notice and no neighbours to raise an alarm. And then there were the masks. Ogerpon did not wear them in the cave, in the privacy of that hidden space, with only its companion for company. There was no need to hide behind anything. The masks were kept close, though, never beyond reach. Each one was a piece of what Ogerpon was, not just power, though they carried that as well, but identity, history, the possibility of becoming something other than the creature the village whispered about. The companion understood this in a way that no one else ever had. They did not treat the masks as trophies or tools or curiosities to be examined. They treated them the way you treat the belongings of someone you love, with care, with patience, with the unspoken knowledge that these objects were extensions of a soul the rest of the world had refused to see. And there is something quietly ominous in that image. Those masks, resting in the care of the one being who truly valued them, safe in a sanctuary that no one else knew existed. They were protected by the mountain. They were protected by trust. But the outside world knew they existed. The village had seen them. It had built its entire legend around the masked ogre. It had made the masks the centerpiece of a story about threat and heroism, and the triumph of the village over the dangers beyond its borders. And stories have a way of drawing people toward the objects at their heart. A legend does not stay in its place. It travels, it gathers weight, and eventually it sends someone looking for the things that give it form. Ogerpon's masks were its identity made visible. Each one could shift how it was seen by others and how it saw the world in return. They offered power, certainly, but they offered something more delicate as well. The ability to present a different face, a face that was not the one the village had decided to hate. In the cave, those masks sat waiting, untroubled, gleaming faintly in the firelight, and the mountain, for all its vigilance, could not keep a secret forever. The village had already claimed Ogerpon's story. It had already written the ending. It was only a matter, before the outside came, to collect what it believed belonged to its legend. And so the quiet life on the mountainside carried on, one day at a time, beneath the watchful gaze of the terrain that sheltered it. The companion and Ogerpon had carved out a small sanctuary at the edge of a world that had rejected them. It was fragile, it was hidden, it was built on trust and the stubborn belief that a life beyond the village's judgment was still worth living. And for a while, that was enough to feel whole. Enough to feel human in the deepest sense of that word. Enough to believe that the distance they had placed between themselves and the village was a wall they could keep standing forever. But precious things hidden on mountainsides are not protected by hope alone. The masks that held Ogerpon's identity were close at hand, waiting. The village knew what they were worth, even if it did not understand what they truly meant. The mountain had kept them safe for now, the way a held breath keeps a moment suspended in time. But every held breath must eventually be released. And somewhere beyond the tree line, in the shadows, between the village and the slopes, some was already moving toward the cave, quietly, drawn by the story that had been told about the masks and about the creature that wore them. The sanctuary was not as remote as the two of them believed. The legend had already found its way to their door. The cave had become a home, not because the stone was warm or the shadows kind, but because a human being had walked into that hidden place and decided to stay. The companion had looked past the mask, and in that small, quiet world where the village's fear could not reach, they began to work with their hands. They carved masks. It is worth pausing here because most retellings of this story treat the masks as props, costume pieces, battle items, objects that exist to be taken, recovered, and returned. But the masks are not accessories to the story. The masks are the story. Everything that happened in Kitakami, the theft, the rage, the misread battle, the festival built on a lie, flows from the fact that these objects were made and loved and then taken away. So before we get to the tears, we need to understand what the masks actually were. From the very beginning, the world had looked at Ogerpon and seen an ogre, not a creature with its own face and its own feelings, but the thing the mask suggested, something dangerous, something from the mountains, something to be feared and kept at a distance. The judgment was instant, it was permanent, and it was based on a single glance. The creature had one face, and that face was enough to drive two beings up into the mountains, away from the village, away from the festivals, away from every warm and ordinary thing. The village never asked who Ogerpon was. They only decided what it was. The masks changed that. In a way the village never understood. The companion did not carve these masks to hide Ogerpon. They carved them to give Ogerpon choices. On the practical level, each mask was a different way of being in the world. The wellspring mask turned Ogerpon's presence into something like water, fluid and enduring, able to absorb what came at it and keep moving. The Hearthflame mask kindled a different strength, the heat of a contained fire that could, when pushed too far, burn as fiercely as anything alive. The Cornerstone mask made Ogerpon immovable, rooted in the mountain, patient as stone. These were not just cosmetic changes. Each mask let Ogerpon meet a different kind of threat with a different part of itself. When the world came at it with force, there was a mask for endurance. When the world came at it with cruelty, there was a mask for fire. When the world tried to drown it, there was a mask that would not sink. The masks were a toolkit for survival, shaped by someone who cared whether Ogerpon survived. But the deeper meaning is the one that hurts. The companion made these masks by hand, carved them, shaped them, smoothed them, fitted them. Now that means the masks were never purely functional. They were ours. They were attention. They were the companion's own life, pressed into grain and colour. Every time Ogerpon wore the wellspring mask, it was wearing the companion's belief that it could be gentle and still be strong. Every time it wore the Hearthflame mask, it was wearing the companion's belief that it had a right to anger and a right to warmth. Every time it wore the Cornerstone mask, it was wearing the companion's belief that it could stand its ground without becoming a monster. So the masks became a kind of memory that Ogerpon could carry, not the fragile kind of memory that fades with time, but memory you can touch, memory you can wear. When the companion could not be beside Ogerpon, the masks were a way of keeping them close. When Ogerpon doubted itself, the masks were a reminder of the only person who had ever truly seen it. They were the bond, made physical. They were love, given a shape that could face the world. Think about what a mask is in a festival. In Kitakami, masks hang from stalls and cover the faces of dancers. They are decorative. They are part of a performance, worn for an audience, then taken off at the end of the night. But the masks the companion made were the opposite of that. They were never performance. They were worn when the world became too loud, too sharp, too cruel. They were armor for a creature that had been told, its whole life, that its own face was unacceptable. When Ogerpon wore the companion's masks, it was not hiding, it was hoping. It was asking the world one more time to look a little longer before deciding. And they were identity too. A creature with one face is trapped inside that face. The village fixed Ogerpon in place. The moment they looked at it, that mask, that face, that creature, an ogre forever. They never revised the judgment because they never looked again. The masks the companion carved gave Ogerpon the freedom to be read differently. A creature with many faces can choose what the world sees, and more importantly, can choose how they see themselves. The masks were not about becoming someone else. They were about proving that Ogerpon was never only the thing who'd said it was. There is something tender in that. When you let yourself see it, Ogerpon put on the masks and became something the world could meet without screaming. The masks were a request, really. A quiet request carved by a human who loved an outcast. Look at us. Look at me. Let me show you that I am more than the fear you carried. The masks did not make Ogerpon false. They made Ogerpon possible. They let a creature that had been judged before it could speak walk back toward the world with its hands open, offering a different face. And because the masks carried all of that, the practicality, the memory, the identity, the bond itself, they were vulnerable. A thing that is only power can be defended. A thing that is intertwined with the heart can be wounded through. When the three Pokémon finally came for Ogerpon, they did not attack the creature only. They attacked the masks. They took the Wellspring mask, the Hearthflame mask, the Cornerstone mask. They tore them away and they attacked the companion. And in one stroke, they stole everything that had made Ogerpon whole. It is impossible to overstate what that theft did. The masks and the companion were tangled together in Ogerpon's heart. The hands that had carved them, the years spent together, the home they had built, in defiance of the village's fear, it all disappeared at once. Ogerpon was left wearing only the face the world had always known, the one mask that had first marked it as an ogre, and the grief the creature felt could not be separated from the loss of the masks. Because the masks were the love. They were the evidence that someone had looked at Ogerpon and said, "You can be anything. Take that evidence away, and what remains is grief alone." The village never understood any of this. They were not in the cave. They did not see the companion carving masks by firelight. They did not see Ogerpon learning to trust a human hand. They never watched the bond grow in the shadows of the mountain, hidden from their fear. They only stumbled onto the aftermath, the raging creature, the stolen masks now held by others, the violence that grief had made. And from that single partial glimpse, they built a story. They called the thieves heroes. They called the grieving creature a monster. They built a festival to celebrate the moment they misread the most. But the masks they hung above the town were never proof of Ogerpon's wickedness. They were proof of the opposite. Proof that someone had once looked at the creature with love and carved it away back into the world. And the day those masks were stolen, the whole tragedy of Kitakami began. The masks were never meant to leave the cave. In the quiet of that mountain refuge, they were more than objects. They held the shape of the life Ogerpon had built with its companion. Each one remembered a moment, a hope, a way of seeing the world. That is what made them so easy to take and so hard to lose. Because when someone steals a mask, they are not just taking a thing, they are taking the story carried inside it. And there were three who came to take them: Okidogi, Unkidori, Fezandipati. Three names that would one day be spoken together like a prayer. Three names that the village would write into its memory as heroes. But before any of those words hardened around them, they were just three Pokémon living in the same mountain world that Ogerpon and its companion had retreated into. A stout, heavy-jawed dog with shoulders built for charging through underbrush. A long-limbed, restless monkey with fingers that never seemed to stop reaching. A sleek bird with a long, elegant tail. The kind of creature that knows it is being admired. They existed before their legend. That is worth remembering. Because the legend makes everything before it vanish. Whether they knew Ogerpon before that day, we do not know. Whether they had watched the companion climb the mountain. Whether they had noticed the glow of the masks through the cave entrance on some earlier evening. None of the story tells us. We only know that they came. At some point, on some day, the three of them stood at the threshold of the cave, and they made a decision that would rewrite the rest of their lives. It is tempting to turn them into villains at this exact moment. It would be easy to describe them snarling and scheming the way the old tales describe the Oni they were later made to stand against. But that would be another kind of story. The game does not give us their thoughts. It does not offer a scene where they explain themselves, or hesitate, or mourn what they are about to do. It simply shows us what's happened, the same way the village story refuses to show them doing anything wrong. They are not simple monsters, any more than Ogerpon was a simple monster. They are creatures who did a terrible thing. That should not soften what they did. If anything, it should sharpen it. Because whatever they felt when they crossed that threshold, their actions had consequences that were absolute. They attacked a human who had never raised a hand against them. They stole the masks that held Ogerpon's history and its power, and they left a creature behind with nothing to hold on to, except the shape of the thing it had lost. The damage was real. The bond that was broken was real, and none of it becomes less real because we cannot fully see inside their minds. There is another layer here that is difficult to ignore. 3 animals: a dog, a monkey, a bird. The old folk tales of this part of the world carry exactly these companions. In the story of the Peach Boy, the hero crosses the sea with a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant at his side, and they return victorious over the ogres, praised by the village. The shape of it is so close and so familiar that it almost feels like the village was prepared to see it. When the 3 came back from the mountain with stolen masks and a story to tell, the villagers did not need to work hard to believe them. The tale was already waiting. The roles were already cast. The dog, the monkey, the pheasant. Of course they had saved everyone. Of course the ogre was the enemy. But before that story took hold, before the masks were hung up as trophies and the names carved into stone, there was just the mountain, the cave, the quiet pair inside it, and the 3 who approached like they belonged to another story entirely. Let us hold that image for a moment. The cave is high on the mountain, hidden from the village below, where the trees grow thick and the air is damp and cool. Inside, Ogerpon is resting near its masks. The companion is close by, the only human who ever chose to stay. They have built something small and precious here, a life, a trust, a peace made of days that were finally their own. And outside, in the grey light of the afternoon, 3 shapes are moving through the brush. The dog's paws settle heavily on the stone. The monkey's long fingers catch at branches along the path. The bird watches from above, with eyes that miss nothing. They are not marching to war. There are no drums, no banners, no witnesses. They are simply walking toward what they want, and what they want is inside that cave. How much they understood about what they were about to do, we cannot say. Perhaps they believed the masks belonged to them somehow, or to the village, or to no one at all. Perhaps they were simply drawn to the power they had heard about in whispers. Perhaps they were afraid of Ogerpon and acted first, the same way the villagers had learned to fear things they did not understand. None of these possibilities excuses anything, but all of them keep the 3 from becoming flat shadows in our story. And that matters, because the hardest thing about what happened is not that monsters did it. The hardest thing is that creatures very much like Ogerpon did it. Complicated, living, wanting creatures who made a choice and never had to live with the full cost of it. The moment itself is almost unbearably fast. The threshold. The companion turning, catching the movement from the corner of an eye. Ogerpon raising its head, its teal face reflected in the stillness of the cave. The masks sitting there like promises that had been kept every single day until this second, and then the rush. The blur of fur and feather. The sound of something precious being torn from its place. The sudden absence at the center of the cave where warmth used to be. The theft is over before anyone has time to make it a memory. The 3 would leave the mountain with the masks. They would bring them down to the village, and in time the masks would be displayed as tokens of a triumph that never happened, and the village would give the three a name that wrapped all of it in warmth. The Loyal Three. Loyal. The word says nothing of the attack, nothing of the theft, nothing of the bond that was shattered, and the companion that was lost. Loyal. It speaks only of devotion, and it never once says who they were devoted to. A clean, bright title, the kind that covers damage the way new snow covers an old scar. Ogerpon, meanwhile, would be left with a grief so vast it came out as rage, and the village would read that rage as proof of everything they had already decided to be true. The three would become heroes in the space of a single misunderstanding, but that story has not begun yet. In this moment, they are only Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti, three Pokémon descending a mountain with the wreckage of a life in their grasp, and the legend still waiting to greet them. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, I'm curious, where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. They were not yet the Loyal Three. That much is worth saying plainly, because it is so easily forgotten. In the version of the story that Kitakami tells itself, Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti arrive as protectors, as champions, as the ones who drove a monster away from the homes of the people who would later honor them. But before the legend, before the masks hung in a place of public reverence, before the festival and the shrine and the plaza built in their name, they were simply three Pokémon, unmarked by destiny, unburdened by reputation, unknown to the village as anything other than faces that might pass at a distance. The way so many creatures passed a distance in a place like Kitakami, and they came to the mountain. There is no record of what brought them there. The lore does not give us a motive, and it would be dishonest to invent one. What is confirmed is what happened. What is confirmed is that they came to the place where Ogerpon and its companion had built their small refuge, and they attacked. It is worth pausing on the word refuge for a moment, because the attack only means what it means when you understand what it destroyed. The village had never welcomed Ogerpon. Its appearance, its mask-like face, the way it seemed to belong to the old stories of Oni that haunted the edges of Kitakami's imagination. All of it had marked Ogerpon as something to fear, or something to pity, or something to keep at arm's length. The companion was different. The companion saw past the mask, or perhaps through it, and offered the one thing the village refused to give: acceptance. Not the kind that tolerates, the kind that welcomes, the kind that says you belong here with me, and that is enough. So the two of them had retreated, not in defeat exactly, but in something closer to dignity. They made a life in the mountains, in the cave that would later be remembered only as a monster's den. They made a life out of sight, out of reach, out of the way of the judgments and the whispers. It was a small life, a quiet one, the kind of life that consists of small rituals and shared silences, of the companion's steady presence, and Ogerpon's masks carried close, each one a piece of memory, a piece of identity, a piece of the self that the world had never learned to see properly. And it was fragile. All refuges built on the edges of hostile ground are fragile. But fragile does not mean it deserved to break. Fragile does not mean it was asking for it. Fragile just means that when violence comes, it does not take long to take everything. The violence came without warning. That is the thing that sticks. There was no challenge issued and refused. No demand that could have been met. No creeping approach that Ogerpon might have noticed in time to prepare. The three simply came and they attacked. Whether it was greed that moved them. The masks were beautiful, after all, and beautiful things have always been taken by those who want them more than those who made them. Whether it was cruelty, or hunger for power, or some older grudge that the law does not name, we are not told. What we are told is that the attack was sudden, that it was three against the life Ogerpon had built, and that it broke that life apart in a matter of moments. The companion was lost. I want to be careful here because the records are not explicit about every detail, and I do not want to fill in more than the story gives us. But the story gives us this. Ogerpon lost its companion, the human who had offered acceptance, who had shared the mountain refuge, who had been the one living proof that Ogerpon was capable of trust and loyalty and belonging. That person was taken from it. The loss is the fact. The grief is the fact. And the grief was not given time to soften, because the three did not stop with the companion. They took the masks. And here is where the theft becomes something more than theft. The masks were not jewelry. They were not decorations, not trophies, not trinkets that happened to be valuable. The masks were Ogerpon. They were the faces Ogerpon chose to meet the world with. They carried the memories of the companion's touch, of the moments when the masks were made or given or shared. They carried the stories of a life that had been small and quiet and precious. To take the masks was not to take objects from the cave. It was to take the shared life that Ogerpon had built with its companion and scatter it into the hands of strangers. It was to say that the things Ogerpon loved most in the world were not Ogerpon's to keep, and the three took them. The masks that Ogerpon had carried into the mountains, that had been part of its identity long before the village ever learned to fear it. They were pulled away, held up, turned over, examined, claimed. There is something almost ritualistic in the cruelty of it. Later, those same masks would be displayed in the village, in the public square, as tokens of a great victory. They would hang where everyone could see them. They would become part of the civic memory of Kitakami, woven into the festival, into the prayers, into the story that the village told itself about the day it was saved. But at the moment of the attack, they were simply prizes, spoils, the kind of thing you take because you can. Ogerpon was left with nothing, not the companion, not the masks, not the refuge that had taken so long to build. The mountain that had been a sanctuary became the site of its undoing. The cave that had held warmth and trust and the quiet rhythm of a shared life became empty. The silence that settled over that place was not the peaceful silence of the mountains at dusk. It was the silence of a room where something used to live and no longer does. And then came the choice. For its entire existence, Ogerpon had known how to survive. It had learned the lesson that the world teaches outsiders again and again. Keep your head down. Take the small place you are given. Do not ask for more than you are allowed. It had retreated from the village when the village rejected it. It had retreated into the mountains when the world proved too hostile. Retreat was the strategy that had kept it alive. Retreat was the shape of its survival. But retreat had just cost it everything. The masks were gone. The companion was gone. The refuge was gone. And the three were still there, or still in the world, carrying away the pieces of Ogerpon's life, as if they had always been theirs to take. So the choice was made, not calmly, not strategically. The choice was made the way fire makes its choices when it finds fuel. Ogerpon would not retreat again. It would not find another cave, another edge of the village, another small place to be tolerated. It would not fade into the margins and hope that grief would pass quietly. It would fight, and the fight that followed would be terrible. It would be the kind of fight that leaves marks on the land and marks on the memory. It would draw the attention of the village, who would come to see the aftermath, who would find the three battered and the masks scattered, and who would tell themselves a story about what had happened, a story in which the three were heroes, a story in which Ogerpon was the monster, a story that would become the legend of Kitakami, so much simpler than the truth, so much easier to hold, and so completely backwards. But none of that had happened yet. At the moment the choice was made, there was only Ogerpon, standing in the ruins of everything it had loved, with the masks in the hands of the ones who had taken them. And the only question left, the only question that had ever mattered, really, was whether there was anything left to lose that would make fighting worse than running. And the answer, for the first time in Ogerpon's life, was no. The silence after an attack is never truly silent. For Ogerpon, the moments that followed the intrusion would have been filled with something louder than any cry of battle. It would have been the sound of everything familiar breaking apart. The cave, once a refuge chosen by two outsiders who had nowhere else to go, was now a hollow space where warmth used to live. The companion was gone, the masks were gone, and in the space they had occupied, there was only the dark, damp stillness of a place that no longer offered any comfort. When grief arrives all at once, it does not look like sadness at first. It looks like confusion. Ogerpon had experienced rejection before. It had learned, in the long years of being shunned by the village, that the world was not always kind to those who looked different. But it had also learned something else. It had learned that there was a person who did not care about the masks, who did not flinch at the shape of the face beneath them, who had chosen to walk into the mountains, not out of pity, but out of acceptance. That bond had become the quiet foundation of everything Ogerpon believed about itself. And now that foundation had been ripped away, without warning, without reason, without a single moment of mercy. The hardest part of losing someone is not the moment you realize they are gone. It is the moment you reach for them out of habit. It is the breath you take before turning to share a small observation. The pause at the entrance of the cave where they used to sit. The instinctive glance toward the place where their belongings used to rest. Ogerpon would have felt all of those instincts fire and fail, one after another, each one a small reminder that the life it had built was no longer there. And alongside that emptiness was the absence of the masks, not just as objects, but as something deeper. The masks were how Ogerpon moved through the world. They were not disguises worn to deceive. They were extensions of identity, carefully chosen expressions of how a creature with an unwanted face could still choose how to be seen. Each mask carried memory. Each mask carried a version of self that Ogerpon had decided to present to the world. A way of saying I exist, and I am more than what you feared. To lose the masks was to lose the ability to choose that identity. It was to be stripped back down to the bare fact of the face underneath. A face the village had judged long before it ever had the chance to speak for itself. And so the grief came in layers. The companion was gone. The masks were gone, and the safety of the cave, the fragile peace that had been built at the edge of a hostile world, was gone as well. The three who had come did not only take things, they took the conditions that had made life bearable. They took the witness who had seen Ogerpon clearly. They took the tokens of belonging that had allowed Ogerpon to feel at home inside its own skin. And they left behind a creature with nothing left to hold on to. What remains when you have lost the person who accepted you? The masks that let you choose how to be seen, and the sense of safety that allowed you to rest. Grief would be the expected answer. Tears would be the expected answer. But for a creature that had been pushed away its whole life, that had learned again and again that the world would not listen to its voice, there was another emotion waiting beneath the sorrow: rage. Rage is not a sudden emotion. It is an accumulated one. It is the weight of every small injustice, carried long enough to calcify. For Ogerpon, the rage had been growing for years, buried beneath the steady warmth of the companion's friendship. It had been soothed by belonging. It had been quieted by trust. But trust had been taken. Belonging had been taken. And the rage that had been held at bay for so long had nothing left to contain it. When rage becomes the only language left, it does not negotiate. It does not explain itself. It does not wait for someone to ask what happened. It erupts. And the eruption that followed the attack on the cave was real. The violence Ogerpon unleashed was real. The destruction was real. It pushed the mountain like a storm that had been building for years. But here is the truth that the legends would never tell. The violence was not the beginning of the story. It was the end of a story that had been moving toward this moment for a very long time. The village of Kitakami would not see any of that. They would see the aftermath. They would hear the crashing and the roaring carried down from the mountain. They would arrive to find the landscape torn, the cave's guard, and the 3 Pokémon who had committed the theft standing among the ruins. And because the villagers did not know what had happened before, because they had not witnessed the attack on the companion or the masks being ripped away, they would read the scene in the only way that made sense to them. The ogre had attacked. The ogre had always been dangerous. The 3 had fought bravely to stop it. No one asked why the 3 were in the cave. No one asked about the companion who had lived at the edge of the village and had since disappeared. No one asked about the masks that had hung at Ogerpon's side, now clutched in the hands of the 3. No one asked what the ogre had been protecting, or why it had come to this mountain in the first place, or what it had lost before it began to fight. That is the tragedy of witnessing only the aftermath. You see the damage, but you do not see the wound. You see the fury, but you do not see the cause. You see the monster because you were never shown the grief. The villagers built their legend from that incomplete picture. They carried the story back down the mountain and shaped it into something the whole town could agree on. The ogre had troubled the land. The 3 had risen to protect the people. The masks, displayed as symbols of victory, became sacred proof of the bravery of the trio. And Ogerpon, alone and grieving at the top of the mountain, was written into history as the villain of the tale. But history is not always what happened. Sometimes history is only what the witnesses were willing to see. The people of Kitakami were not cruel in the way that the 3 had been cruel. They were not thieves. They did not slip into a home and take what was not theirs, but they were shaped by the same fear that had driven Ogerpon out of the village in the first place. They had always been afraid of the mask. They had always believed the face beneath it was something to be feared. And so when they saw the aftermath of Ogerpon's grief, they did not see a creature mourning. They saw proof of everything they had always suspected. The ogre was exactly what they had feared it would be. And so the violence of that day became the foundation of a civic legend. The roar that echoed down the mountain became the scream of a beast. The 3 who took became the 3 who saved. The mask that had been stolen became a trophy, and the companion whose body was never found became a footnote that no one thought to investigate. But grief does not disappear when it is not witnessed. It does not soften simply because the world has decided on a different version of events. Grief calcifies. It hardens into something that outlasts the moment of loss. And for Ogerpon, that calcified grief became a permanent part of the mountain itself. A presence that the village would point to for years to come as proof that the ogre was still a threat. They did not understand that they were pointing at the shape of their own cruelty. They did not understand that the thing they feared had been made, not born. The rage was real, the violence was real, but the story that made Ogerpon the villain of Kitakami was not real. It was a conclusion drawn from the wrong end of the event. It was a story written by people who arrived after the crime had already been committed, who looked at the scars on the mountain and decided they knew the whole truth. They never saw the theft in the dark. They never saw the companion. They never saw the masks being torn away. They only saw the aftermath, and they filled in the rest with fear. That is how a community turns a tragedy into a myth, not by lying exactly, but by telling the story from the moment they themselves arrived, as though nothing existed before it. The result was a legend that honoured the wrong 3 and blamed the wrong victim, and that legend, polished by years of telling and retelling, would become the story that Kitakami carried forward. The truest version of the event, the one that began with the theft and the loss, would be left at the top of the mountain, unspoken, unwitnessed and patient, because the truth does not need witnesses to remain true. It waits, it endures, and in the years that followed, as the masks hung in the village, and the songs were sung about the loyal 3, the creature at the centre of the story stayed where the village had left it. A grief that no one had acknowledged, and a fury that no one had earned. The mountain held the truth the way the village held the legend. and both waited for the day when someone would finally climb high enough to see the difference. The grief that had been building inside Ogerpon finally broke the banks of its containment. We left the creature in the dark of that mountain cave, alone with its companion gone and its masks taken. There was nothing left to protect and nothing left to lose. So for the first time in a very long time, the mask did not go on. The face underneath was exposed to the world, and the face underneath was rage. What the village saw was not the beginning of this story. That is the detail that matters more than any other, and it is the detail that gets lost every time the tale is told. No villager watched the three climb the mountain. No villager saw them corner the old human who had shown kindness to the creature they all feared. No villager saw the masks torn away and carried into the trees as trophies. By the time anyone in Kitakami understood that something was terribly wrong, the terrible thing had already been done. The village was arriving in the middle of a sentence, and it would never know what the opening words had been. The first sign was a tremor in the earth. Then the sound arrived, a sound that did not belong among the quiet rhythms of mountain life. The impact of heavy bodies colliding, the crack of stone against stone, the groan of trees forced past their limits, and underneath it all, a cry that seemed to rise from somewhere deeper than the throat of any creature the villagers had ever heard. Doors slid open along the edge of the village. Workers straightened in the fields. Children stopped mid-game and went very still, and everyone looked toward the mountain at once. What they saw did not order itself into a neat narrative. The confrontation on the slopes was not a duel between a clear hero and a clear villain. At least not in the moment. It was a spectacle, and spectacle reads differently when it is witnessed in fragments from a distance. High on the mountain, where the trees thinned and the bare rock began, three figures moved with terrible purpose. One was broad and low, built like a battering ram, striking with fists that shattered boulders on contact. One moved along the cliff faces, quick and clever, keeping its distance, holding something bright in its grip. The third drifted at the edges of the fight, graceful, in a way that nearly looked like dancing, but every motion carried a threat. They were not defending anything. The villagers could not know that. They simply saw three strong figures holding their ground against a monster, and in the center of it all was the thing the village had always feared. The mask was gone, or perhaps, to the eyes below, it looked like the mask had simply changed, dropped for a face that was bare, raw, twisted beyond anything they had imagined. The eyes were fixed on the three who circled it. The arms swung wildly, ripping branches from trees, sending stones tumbling down the slope. Dust rose in clouds around the fight, so that the whole scene flickered in and out of view, visible one moment and obscured the next. That fragmentation was part of why the legend would harden so completely. No one saw the whole scene. The farmer watching from the highest terrace saw the ogre lash out first. The grandmother standing in her doorway saw one of the three take a hit and keep fighting. The children, who had crept closer than anyone, saw the masks. The masks, clutched in the grip of one of the three, vivid even from a distance. And they understood with the absolute certainty of children that the hero had saved something precious from the monster. They could not have known the truth. The masks were never the monsters to lose. The hero had stolen them hours before, and the monster on the mountainside was not a monster at all, but a creature whose grief had nowhere left to go. There is a particular cruelty in the way memory works on a scene like this. What the villagers saw, as the dust cleared and the fight ground toward its end, was an ogre, barefaced, furious, powerful enough to tear the mountain apart. And they saw it being held off by three brave Pokémon. What they did not see was a creature already wounded beyond recovery. Its identity taken, its companion gone. Its only language reduced to fury, because every other language had been stripped away. But even if they had seen it, would they have understood? They had spent years fearing this creature. They had told stories about it to their children. They had built an idea of an ogre so complete and so durable that no amount of context could have competed with it. The The visible evidence appeared to confirm every fear they had ever held. The wounded-looking ogre was still an ogre. The rage was still rage. The destruction was still destruction. They had no frame for reading grief that big. They only had fear. And so the village mistook reaction for cause. They saw the aftermath of the theft and called it the beginning of the story. They saw Ogerpon's grief and called it evil. They saw the three thieves standing over the field of their own making, holding the masks they had stolen, and called it salvation. The battle itself could not have lasted long. A creature burning through its own reserves in a blind rage will exhaust itself, especially against three opponents who know how to weather that kind of storm. The witnesses described Ogerpon's blows slowing. Its movements grew heavy, and then, with one last cry that must have carried something other than fury, something that from a distance might have sounded like loss, the creature turned and fled back into the mountain. The cave swallowed it whole. The three did not pursue. They stood on the slope, catching their breath, and the silence that followed was enormous. The village made sense of what it had seen in pieces, the way every community does. By the time the sun sank behind the peaks, the story had already found its shape. The ogre had descended from the mountain to terrorize the land, or perhaps to reclaim something it coveted. The three had stood in its path. They had fought it back. They had kept the masks safe. Every telling reinforced the structure. The children, who had seen the masks in the hero's grip, provided the crucial image. The adults, who had seen the ogre's face, provided the fear, and everyone agreed on the ending. The masks were brought down into the village. They were displayed, handled, turned over in the light, and in that handling, they changed meaning. They were no longer Ogerpons. They were no longer the tokens of a bond between a shunned creature and the one human who had seen past its face. They became trophies. They became proof. They became the reason for a story that would be told every year in every household, until the true account had no room left to breathe. The cave became a tomb for the part of the story no one wanted to read. Ogerpon stayed hidden, and the mountain closed around it, and the village began the slow work of turning a misunderstanding into a tradition, and a tradition into a civic legend. The three who had wronged the creature became the loyal three. The masks they had stolen became sacred objects, worn and displayed in remembrance of the day the village was saved. And the truth, the kindness of an old human who saw the creature clearly, the theft, the grief, the moment a broken being fought back against the ones who had broken it, slipped downward, layer after layer, buried beneath the weight of a better story, a cleaner story, a story that made sense of fear without asking anyone to question it. The masks hung in the village like punctuation. At the end of a sentence, the whole town had agreed to believe, and the seasons turned, and the mountain kept its silence, holding that buried truth until the day someone would finally think to ask. They came down from the hills in pieces. That is the first thing to understand about what happened after the battle. Every witness carried a different fragment. One saw a flash of green in the trees. Another saw a mask, pale and terrible, turning in the light. Another heard a sound that could almost have been grief, though they did not yet have the word for it. And still another saw the three Pokémon standing together, facing something that made the air itself feel wrong. None of them saw the whole thing. None of them was there when it began. What they had was the ending of a story, scattered across a field and a mountainside, and they had to carry it back down to the village. This is how frightened observers become storytellers. Not all at once, not in a single conscious decision. It happens in the hush after a disaster, when people walk through the aftermath and try to piece together what they have just survived. They compare notes. They find that their notes do not match. One neighbour swears the masked creature came down from above. Another insists it was already there when they arrived. Someone heard a scream that did not sound human. Someone else saw the three Pokémon moving together as if they had practiced. The fragments do not fit, and the mismatch is unbearable, so they fill the empty spaces. A listener repeats the story with a small addition, just to make it flow better. The addition comes from guesswork, but it feels right, so it stays. Another listener repeats it again, and this time the guess has become a fact. The faster the story moves from mouth to mouth, the cleaner it becomes. Uncertainties are sanded away. Doubts are left on the ground, next to the broken branches and the scattered leaves. What began as a tangle of impressions becomes a line with a shape, a villain at one end, heroes at the other. The shape has no room for anything else. The role of the 3 Pokémon grows clearer with every telling. In the chaos of the moment, they might have been circling, uncertain, trying to understand what they had awakened. But the story does not keep that version. The story keeps the version where they arrived, just where they drove the masked terror back into the mountain. Their actions are simplified into a sequence that a child can hold in the mind. They came, they saved. The messy details, how they found the creature, why it was so enraged, what they had done before anyone was watching. Those details fall away because they do not serve the story. They only complicate it. And a frightened village does not want a complicated story. It wants a clear one. Ogerpon's grief is erased in the same motion, not because anyone sets out to erase it, but because grief is a story that takes too long to tell. Grief is slow. Grief is interior. Grief asks you to sit with it, to watch it unfold over hours and days, to weigh what was lost and what it meant. A frightened village does not have that kind of time. Fear is urgent. Fear needs the shape of the enemy immediately, so that the world can feel safe again. And a creature screaming with fury at the loss of everything it loved does not read as grief from a distance. It reads as rage. It reads as wickedness. It reads as a monster being a monster. This is how uncertainty disappears when a community needs a villain quickly. The questions that remain are uncomfortable, so the community stops asking them. Why did the ogre have those masks? Why did it retreat to the cave instead of pressing its attack? Why did it only rage after something had already happened in the mountain? Each question is a stone that could crack the foundation of the story, so the stones are set aside. The village builds on what it knows, or what it thinks it knows, while the truth waits in the cave with the creature it has already condemned. And this, in a way, is the most important thing to understand about the legend of Kitakami. Folklore can be born from misunderstanding before anyone consciously intends to lie. It happens in small moments of agreement. A witness says, "It must have come for us," and another witness nods. A storyteller adds a detail to make the tale settle more comfortably in the listener's mind. A parent tells a child that the ogre is gone. The hero saved us. We are safe now. No one sits down to invent a false history. The false history is assembled from acceptable omissions and comfortable emphasis. And once it is spoken into the world, it begins to feel real. It begins to feel old. It begins to feel like something the village has always known. That is the quiet tragedy at the center of this story. The legend was not written by a liar. It was written by a crowd of witnesses who looked at an unfinished scene and finished it themselves. They gave the 3 Pokémon a place in the story that they had not earned, and they gave Ogerpon a place that it did not deserve. The masks that had been stolen became signs of victory. The violence that had been committed became a defense of the innocent, and the creature whose whole world had been stripped away became the monster of the tale, because that is what fear needed it to be. In the years that follow, the telling settles into ritual. The 3 receive names, and those names are spoken with reverence in the village. The masks are gathered and displayed, carried through the streets as reminders of the day the land was saved. The one who was wronged is left alone in the mountain, its story reduced to warnings and whispers, its grief unreadable from the outside. The festival grows around the memory of the battle. The masks become the center of the celebration, and everyone who gathers believes they are honoring the truth, because no one alive remembers that the truth was ever something else. That is the heart of it. A story can be false in its meaning and still be told in complete good faith by everyone who repeats it. The people of Kitakami did not set out to hurt Ogerpon. They set out to understand what they had lived through, and in their hurry to feel safe, they chose the version of events that made the world small enough to hold. They chose the ogre over the grief. They chose the heroes over the history. They chose the clean story over the true one. And they have been telling it ever since, with the masks as proof, and the shrine as memory, and the festival as a gathering of certainty. All of it built one telling at a time, until the legend became the only thing that seemed real. There is a moment in the life of every lie when it stops being a lie and becomes a story. Not a true story necessarily, but a story that people can repeat without flinching. A story that sounds right, even if it isn't. For the 3 Pokémon who attacked Ogerpon and took its masks, that moment arrived when the village gave them a name, the Loyal 3. 2 words that would quietly rewrite everything that came before them. The word loyal is doing more work than it appears to. It suggests devotion. It suggests faithfulness, a willingness to stand between the village and harm. It paints the trio as selfless, as creatures who acted not for themselves but for others. If you trace the actual sequence of events, the word loyal doesn't describe what they did at all. It describes what the village needed them to have done. Think about the timeline for a moment. The 3 Pokémon didn't attack Ogerpon because the village was in danger. They attacked Ogerpon's companion, a human who had already retreated from village life, who had already been rejected and pushed aside. The companion wasn't a threat. The refuge they had built in the mountains was fragile, yes, but it was peaceful. And then the trio came. They stole masks that belonged to Ogerpon, masks that were central to its identity, masks that were tied to its very sense of self. They took them without warning, without cause, without any of the justification that the legend would later supply. That is not an act of defense. That is an act of aggression, plain and simple. The violence came from the trio first, but the villagers never saw that part. They only saw Ogerpon in the aftermath, grieving and enraged, lashing out with a fury that must have been terrifying to encounter. And in that moment, when they looked at the scene before them, they didn't see a victim who had been robbed of everything. They saw a monster, because the alternative, the fuller truth, would have required them to acknowledge something deeply uncomfortable, that the 3 Pokémon they were beginning to admire had started the whole thing. And so the recasting begins. It happens almost imperceptibly, the way any comfortable lie takes root. The first retellings are hesitant, uncertain. The witnesses describe what they saw, and they don't yet have the language for it. But then someone else repeats it, and the edges smooth out. The context that was missing gets filled in, not with facts, but with assumptions. The trio's presence at the scene of the battle, which was actually the presence of perpetrators, gets reinterpreted as the presence of protectors. They must have been defending the village. Why else would they have been there? That's the moment. Right there. That is the moment the trio's actions are recast as defense rather than aggression. And it doesn't happen because of new evidence. It happens because the villagers need an explanation that makes sense of what they saw. And defense is a more comfortable explanation than aggression. Defense is heroic. Defense is selfless. Aggression, on the other hand, requires a motive, a backstory, a reckoning with the fact that the village's own rejection of Ogerpon and its companion might have contributed to everything that followed. And so the trio's violence becomes protection. The masks they stole become trophies of victory rather than evidence of theft. And Ogerpon's grief becomes proof of its monstrous nature, because a creature that fights with that much rage must be dangerous, must have always been dangerous, must have deserved whatever happened to it. The title Loyal 3 completes this transformation. It is the final seal pressed into the rewritten story. Loyalty is such a warm word. It's the kind of word that makes you want to trust someone, that makes you want to believe they have your best interests at heart. When the villagers started calling these 3 Pokémon the Loyal 3, they weren't just describing what they thought had happened, they were assigning virtue. They were converting questionable behavior into evidence of moral character. Think about how that works. A dog, a monkey, and a pheasant, or in this case, Munkadori and Pheasantipiti, 3 creatures who attacked an outsider and stole its possessions. That is the unvarnished truth of what occurred. But call them the Loyal 3, and suddenly their actions take on a different colour. They're not thieves, they're heroes, they're not aggressors, they're guardians. The name itself does the work of erasing the distinction between what they did and what the village wants to believe they did. And here is the thing about repetition. Once the title Loyal 3 starts circulating, once it gets spoken at gatherings, carved into wood, repeated in festival songs, it stops being a description and starts being a fact. The rewritten version takes on an authority that eyewitness truth never had, because eyewitness truth is messy, it has gaps, it has contradictions, it raises uncomfortable questions that no one wants to answer. But a polished legend, a clean story with clear heroes and a clear villain, that is easy to repeat, and repetition gives it weight. Every time someone says the words Loyal 3, the lie gets heavier. Every season the festival comes around and the masks are displayed, the rewritten story gets another layer of permanence. The witnesses who were actually there, the ones who saw Ogerpon's rage and knew, deep down, that something didn't add up, their memories don't stand a chance. Because memory is fragile and community consensus is strong. When everyone around you is telling the same story, your own uncertainty starts to feel like a personal failure. You start to doubt what you saw. You start to fill in the gaps with the approved version, because the approved version is the one that gets repeated. And repetition feels like truth, so the name becomes a shield. And this is the cruelest irony of all, because once that name is established, once it's woven into the fabric of Kitakami's identity, it becomes nearly impossible to question. If someone tries to point out that the trio's actions don't quite line up with the heroic narrative, they're not just questioning the 3 Pokémon, they're questioning the entire village. They're questioning the festival, the plaza, the masks on display, the story that has been told for generations. The name protects the trio from scrutiny, not because they deserve protection, but because the village has invested too much in the legend to let it fall apart. To investigate the Loyal 3 would be to investigate the village's own complicity. It would mean asking why Ogerpon was shunned in the first place. It would mean asking why the companion was driven into the mountains. It would mean asking how the 3 Pokémon came to possess those masks. And those are questions that the legend was never designed to answer. So Okidogi, Munkidori and Pheasantipiti get to keep their heroic status. They get their memorial at Loyalty Plaza. They get their place in the annual celebration. The masks that were stolen from Ogerpon become symbols of their supposed victory, displayed with pride, their true origin forgotten or deliberately suppressed. And Ogerpon, the actual victim, the creature who lost its companion, its masks, its home and its reputation, becomes the monster of the story. That is how the Loyal 3 are born, not through an act of heroism, but through the slow, patient work of a community, choosing the comfortable story over the true one. It happens one retelling at a time, one festival at a time, one repetition of the name at a time, until the lie is so deeply embedded that no one remembers it was ever a lie at all. The masks hang in the village, the names are carved into stone, and the story of the Loyal 3 becomes the foundation upon which Kitakami builds its understanding of itself. The festival continues, year after year, and each celebration adds another thread to the tapestry. The dog, the monkey, and the pheasant, standing together against the ogre from the mountain. It is such a clean story, such a satisfying story, a kind of story that feels ancient, even when it is new, because it follows the shape of every hero tale that came before it. And that shape, that familiar pattern of brave protectors and fearsome monsters, is what gives the legend its final, unshakable authority. But just beneath the surface of that comfortable story, buried under generations of repetition, is the truth about who really suffered, who really lost, and who was really loyal all along. By the time the dust settled, the story already belonged to someone else. The 3 Pokémon who had been at the center of the violence were being called heroes before the fear had even left the square. And Ogerpon, the creature who had actually lost everything, was simply a monster. The judgment came swiftly, because it didn't have to wait for evidence. The villagers had seen the ogre, masked, furious, destructive, tearing through the world with a grief so immense it looked like madness. They had seen the 3 companions stand against it, holding the line, surviving, the circumstances that had led to that moment. The theft, the violence done to the human who had loved the creature, the long history of shunning that had driven them both into the mountains. None of that had ever been part of the public record, so the verdict wrote itself. The ogre was guilty. The ogre had always been guilty, and it needed to be driven out. There was no trial. There was no witness called to speak for the creature. No one to explain that the fury on display had been earned. There was only the edge of the village, and the forest, and the mountain rising behind it. Ogerpon, still carrying its grief and its rage, and the terrible new weight of its isolation, was pushed away from everything it had ever known. It returned to the cave where it had once known peace, and it would not be seen again for a long, long time. And in its absence, the legend grew. This is the part of the story that is hardest to sit with, not the violence. Violence is at least honest about what it is. It was the rewriting that cut deepest, because Ogerpon wasn't just defeated. It was denied the right to be understood. It was denied the right to be mourned. In the version of events that would be told to children for generations, the creature in the masks wasn't a victim of loss and loneliness and cruelty. It was simply the Oni, the thing that came down from the mountain to destroy. And in that telling, there was no room for its grief to mean anything at all. Consider everything that was taken from Ogerpon all at once: its companion, its masks, its sense of safety, its place in the world, however fragile that place had been, and then, as if to seal the wound, its name. The villagers had never given it a name that suggested belonging. They gave it a title instead: the Masked Ogre. And every time the story was repeated, that title was spoken with fear and contempt. The creature that had only ever wanted to be accepted was recast as the reason the village needed protection in the first place. Meanwhile, the loyal 3 rose, and there is a particular cruelty in how clean their ascension was. Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti never had to defend themselves. They never had to answer for what happened in the mountains. They never had to explain the masks they carried, or the violence that had been done to the companion. They only had to be seen afterward, standing between the village and the furious ogre, and that single image was enough. It became their monument, and the monuments followed. Loyalty Plaza, built at the heart of Kitakami, a permanent shrine to the 3 protectors, statues carved in their likeness, honouring their courage. A festival held every year to celebrate the day they saved the village from the ogre. Songs and dances and masks made in their image so that children could play at being the heroes. The trio would be remembered forever as the village's shield, and every remembrance would etch the lie a little deeper into the stone. Ogerpon, in contrast, was erased, not forgotten exactly. It was too frightening to be forgotten, but it was flattened into a silhouette, a cautionary tale parents pointed to when the wind bent the trees. A name used to scare children into obedience. The creature's capacity for love, its grief, its long devotion to a companion who had shown it kindness. All of it was stripped away until nothing remained but the mask and the menace it represented. And the masks themselves tell the truth, if you know how to read them. Those stolen masks, the ones tied so deeply to Ogerpon's identity and power, did not disappear. They were claimed as trophies. The village put them on display, holding them up as proof of the great victory, evidence of the loyal 3's bravery. So the very symbols of what Ogerpon had lost became decorations in the shrines of its enemies. Every festival, those masks were honoured. Every year, The village celebrated a theft, without ever understanding that a theft had occurred. There is no single moment where the game sits you down and spells out the injustice, but the shape of it is everywhere. The exile was not a single event, it was a continuous process. Each retelling of the legend re-banished Ogerpon. Each stone laid in Loyalty Plaza sealed the judgment deeper. Each mask displayed in the village reminded the creature, even from a distance, that its identity belonged now to the people who had wronged it. This is what it means to say that Ogerpon was banished into its own legend. It did not simply lose the battle, it lost custody of its own story. Whenever anyone in Kitakami spoke of the masked ogre, they were not remembering Ogerpon. They were remembering a character they had invented, a monster that justified everything that had been done to it. The real creature, the grieving survivor of an ambush, was not part of that story. The real creature had been sent away from the village, and then sent away again, every single day, by every person who repeated the comfortable lie and the impossibility of justice. That is the part that lingers longest, because if the village had ever learned the truth, they would have been forced to face a devastating realization. Their heroes were thieves. Their heroes had brought violence down upon an innocent life. The creature that raged at them was the wronged party, and the understanding of the court fell on the accusers, not the accused. Everything the village had built, the statues, the festival, the story itself, would have to be torn down and rebuilt. It was easier, so much easier, to keep the ogre evil, so the exile held. Ogerpon dwelled alone in the cave on the mountain, in the place where it had once known companionship, now hollow and silent. The anger did not fade, it hardened. It became the only thing that made sense in a world that had refused to hold the truth. The village had its answers. It had its tidy morality tale, its eternal gratitude for heroes who had never been heroic. Ogerpon had the long quiet, the stolen masks, and the memory of a companion no one would ever acknowledge. And yet legends have a way of waiting in the dark, patient, unfinished. The masks were there, hanging in the village, catching the firelight of every festival, honoured year after year by a community that had no idea what it was truly celebrating. And somewhere up on the mountain, a visitor lingered on the edge of memory, banished from the story it deserved to be part of, still wearing its grief like an invisible mask. The village had its shrine, its celebrations, its chorus of gratitude, but the truth, the whole unwieldy and painful truth, stayed in the cave with Ogerpon, waiting in silence, for the day someone would finally climb the mountain and ask a different question. And so the creature was gone, banished in every way that mattered, sent away from the village, away from the story, away from any chance of being understood. The people of Kitakami had made their judgment, and the judgment was written into the very landscape. The mountains held the ogre now, and the village held its peace. But there is something the village kept, something that did not fade into the mountains with the creature, something that remained behind, in the center of daily life, where everyone could see it, the masks. When you walk through Kitakami today, when you see the way those masks are presented, you understand immediately what the village believes those objects to be. They are displayed with care, with reverence. They hang in places of honor, framed by the symbols of the festival, wrapped in the colors and patterns that the town has come to associate with triumph. They are not hidden away. They are not treated as something to be questioned. They are shown openly, proudly, as the spoils of a great and necessary victory. That word lingers, spoils, because that is what the masks have become, trophies. They hang in the public eye, the way a hunter hangs antlers on a wall, the way a soldier displays a flag taken from an enemy. They are objects that say, we won. They are objects that say, we survived. They are objects that say, look at what we took from the creature that tried to destroy us. And there is a kind of logic to it. If you only look at the surface, the villagers saw the ogre rage. They saw the destruction. They saw their protectors standing against it. And when the dust settled, when the ogre fled back to the mountains, what remained were these masks. The angry thing had lost them in the struggle. It had been unmasked in a sense, stripped of its face. And to the villagers, that could only mean one thing. The ogre had been defeated. The proof was right there, hanging before them. But here is where the story begins to twist, if you let it. The masks were not weapons the ogre had used to terrorize the land. They were not tools of destruction that had been rightfully taken away. They were pieces of its identity. More than that, they were gifts, in a way the village never understood. They were tied to its very sense of self, to its power, to the way it saw itself, and the way it wanted to be seen, and they had been taken. Not won in battle, not earned in defense. Taken, torn away by the 3 Pokémon who were now called loyal, in an act that had nothing to do with protecting anyone and everything to do with cruelty. And so when the village displays these masks, when it dresses them in ceremony and calls them symbols of a great victory, it is not honouring a triumph, it is displaying stolen goods. It is hanging the equivalent of a torn photograph, a severed keepsake, a piece of someone else's heart, and calling it a banner. This is the part that is hardest to sit with. The masks are not fakes. They are not forgeries. They are the real things. The actual masks that belong to Ogerpon. The village is not preserving a lie made of nothing. It is preserving the very evidence of what happened, and then turning that evidence upside down. Every ribbon tied around them, every festival prayer spoken in their direction, every moment of reverence paid to them, all of it built on a misreading of what they truly are. Think of what those masks meant to the creature that wore them. They were not just coverings. They were expressions of a self that the world had refused to accept. Ogerpon had been shunned for its appearance, pushed to the edges of the village, made to feel that its true face was something to be hidden, and so it had taken on these masks, these crafted things, as a way to be something else, something more acceptable, something that might not be feared. There is a deep sadness in that, a creature that only wanted to belong, finding that it could not simply be itself, and so turning to masks as a form of hope, then having those masks taken, having hope itself stolen away, having the very things that allowed it to face the world ripped from it, and then watching as the world that had rejected it displayed those things as trophies. The grief in that is private. It is not something the village sees. When the people of Kitakami look at the masks, they see victory, they see courage, they see the moment their 3 protectors stood up to the monster and won. They do not see the long years of loneliness that led a creature to seek refuge in those faces. They do not see the companionship that was destroyed in the mountains. They do not see the moment of loss, the reaching out for something that was no longer there, the hollow realization that the one being who had accepted you was gone, and the things that made you able to face the world were gone with them. The village sees a happy ending. The creature lived through a tragedy, and that is the cruelest irony. The community preserves the evidence of the tragedy and then mislabels its meaning. They keep the masks safe, they honor them, they build a festival around them, and in doing so, they ensure that the truth of what happened is never lost, and yet it is never seen. The masks are right there in the open for anyone who knows how to look. They are the physical proof that something was taken. They are the physical memory of a theft. But because the village has decided, collectively, that those same objects are proof of something else, the truth sits in plain sight, completely invisible. There is a word for that kind of thing, a symbol that carries one meaning to those who look at it, and another meaning entirely to those who know. The masks are that. They are a monument to a lie that happens to be made of the truth. It is hard not to wonder what Ogerpon feels when it looks down from the mountains and sees its own face, its own stolen identity, hanging in the centre of the village that rejected it. Whether it feels rage, whether it feels grief, whether it feels a desperate want to take back what was taken, or whether it has simply grown tired of wanting. The masks are displayed as a reminder of the village's deliverance, but for the creature that lost them, they are a reminder of everything that was never given back. And the village, in its certainty, never asks the question. It never wonders why the ogre wore a mask in the first place. It never asks what might have driven such a creature to make itself unseen. It never considers that the masks might have been loved by something, that they might have been tied to a life, a relationship, a hope that was smashed all at once. The village only knows what it saw, and what it saw was a monster. So the masks are hung, and the story is told, and the festival continues, year after year, and the truth stays right there in the centre of it all, wearing the face of a lie. That is the weight of public memory. It does not need to invent a false artifact to build a false story. It only needs to take a true one and place it in the wrong light. The masks of Kitakami are genuine. The grief they carry is genuine, but the meaning the village has assigned to them is a mask of its own, worn over the truth, and worn so long now that no one remembers what the real face looks like, and yet the masks remain. They remain because someone in this story still knows what they are. Somewhere in that village, there is a memory that has not been overwritten, a record, perhaps, a story told quietly, a grandfather who remembers things differently, or a child who listens more carefully than anyone expects. The masks hang in public, bold and bright, insisting on a hero's tale, but the truth they carry is patient. It waits. And in the hearts of those who look closely, in the questions that refuse to go away, the objects on display begin to speak of something else entirely, not of victory, but of a theft that has never been acknowledged. The masks on display are not the full story of Loyalty Plaza, but they are the most visible thread of it. They hang in the light of the festival square, their colours unmistakable, their presence woven into the rhythm of village life. But the masks do not float on their own. They are held inside a larger design, a public space built with intention, where every stone and every empty patch of ground has something to say about the past. Loyalty Plaza is not a neutral gathering place. It is a sentence that the village has been reading to itself for generations, and the masks are part of the punctuation. If you stand in the centre of Loyalty Plaza and turn in a slow circle, the layout lines up like a page from a book. Each of the three statues commands its own sightline, its own patch of ground, its own place in your field of vision. Okidogi dominates one side with its broad frame and lifted head. Munkadori claims another with its poised stance and clever tilt. Fezandipati takes the last with a grace that is hard to look away from. The three together form a triangle around the centre of the square, and the centre is where the village gathers for its festivals, its ceremonies, its moments of shared remembering. The geometry is not accidental. The loyal three frame the village's celebrations, and their fixed positions mean that no matter where you stand during a festival, you are always in proximity to their gaze. They watch the dancing, they watch the children, they watch the masks as they are carried through the square. They have always been there. The architecture insists, and they will always be there. And that is exactly what the village needs them to be. This is what a physical map of a chosen history looks like. It is not a document locked away in a library. It is the ground beneath your feet, and the statues above your head, and the way your body learns to move through a space, without ever once questioning its arrangement. A visitor to Kitakami does not need to be told the legend in words, because the plaza tells it in form. The grandeur of the statue says, these figures are important. Their placement at the heart of the village says, they are central to who these people are. The materials of their construction say the story they embody will outlast everyone alive. The plaza is the legend, repeated not once but constantly, in a language that is felt before it is understood. And because the plaza makes the legend physical, the legend begins to feel objective. A spoken story can shift with each telling. A written story can be set down in a book and questioned by a skeptical reader. But a statue is not a telling, and it is not a claim. It is just there, in the same way a mountain is there. It does not argue its case. It does not present evidence. It stands, and the village stands around it, and the arrangement becomes part of the texture of ordinary life. Bronze does not blink. Stone does not wince. Those qualities are read as permanence, and permanence is read as truth. Memorial spaces achieve this quietly, over years and decades and lifetimes. No single person decides to make the legend unquestionable. The statue is built, and then it ages, and the aging is part of the process. Weathered stone looks ancient, and ancient things are rarely questioned. The moss that grows at the base of a pedestal suggests that the story has been here longer than anyone can remember, which makes it feel more like geography than history. The plaza stops being a representation of the past and becomes part of the landscape. And once a legend is folded into the landscape, it is almost impossible to separate it out again. You cannot easily argue with a hill. You cannot ask a stone to show its sources. The village's version of events settles into the plaza the way sediment settles into a riverbed, layer after layer, until it is simply the floor of the place. But if the plaza is a map, then its blanks deserve as much attention as its marks. The discipline of mapmakers teaches that every omission is a choice. There are whole territories left off this particular map, and they are not empty by accident. The human companion is one of those territories. There is no marker in Loyalty Plazas for the person who lived beside Ogerpon in the mountain cave, who was the first to accept the creature, who offered kindness in the face of a village that offered nothing but fear. That companion walked out of the village with Ogerpon, but the plaza has no record of that departure, no name, no memorial, no acknowledgement that this relationship ever existed. The only trace of the companion in the public story is the absence itself, a silence so complete that a visitor could live in Kitakami for a year and never know this person was part of the tale at all. The plaza does not just omit the companion, it acts as though the companion never was. The stolen masks are another blank, though they are blank in a more complicated way. The masks themselves are present in the village, displayed with pride, connected to the festival and the memory of the loyal three. They are shown as evidence, proof that the ogre was defeated and that its power was taken by the rightful heroes. But the masks were not won in a fair fight. They were stolen, taken from a creature that had already lost everything else it valued. To display those masks as trophies is not to display the truth of what happened. It is to redisplay the violence, reimagined as a triumph. The masks in the plaza are the same objects that were torn from Ogerpon, but the plaza has given them a new story, one that cleans them of their bloodstains and polishes them into ornaments. And the first act of violence is absent entirely. Nobody in the plaza tells the part of the story where the three approached the cave. Nobody speaks of the moment when the attack began, the blow that started a chain of suffering and rage and misunderstanding. The memorial starts its story at the moment. Ogerpon became terrifying and leaves everything before that in shadow. That is the deepest omission of all. It is not just a missing detail, it is a rearrangement of causation. The monument makes the aftermath look like the beginning, and once the aftermath is the beginning, the story can only end the way the village says it ended. Public architecture has a unique authority in this regard. It can take a contested event and turn it into an unquestionable fact, not by winning an argument, because no argument is ever held, not by presenting evidence, because evidence is not what stone is for. It turns the contested into the fixed simply by persisting, by refusing to change its position, by occupying the centre of daily life for so long that the idea of any other version of events starts to feel like an intruder. The plaza does not silence dissent through force. It makes dissent feel strange. It makes questioning feel like shouting at a mountain. And over generations, the village forgets that there was ever anything to question in the first place. The legend no longer needs defenders because it no longer seems like a legend. It seems like the way the world always was. The irony is that the plaza was built because the villagers needed proof of something, and proof is only necessary when doubt exists somewhere. The architecture was erected in response to a wound in the village's understanding of itself. The villagers knew, on some level, that they had seen something terrible, and did not fully understand it. The plaza was their way of imposing certainty on that uncertainty. If they built the statues tall enough, and placed them well enough, and celebrated them loudly enough, then the blur of the original event would sharpen into a clean shape. They wanted the architecture to do the work that memory could not. They wanted stone to be certain where their own minds could not be. But stone does not correct itself, and certainty built over a wound does not heal it. It just covers it, and the covered wound continues to exist beneath the plaza, beneath the statues, beneath the festival music. The village built its monument to a comfortable story, and the uncomfortable reality remained buried underneath. Every year the festival passes through the square, stepping over that buried reality. And every year the buried thing grows a little heavier. The truth survives in the places the architecture does not reach. It survives in the cave, where the echoes of the companion's presence have never quite faded. It survives on the mountain paths, where Ogerpon still moves in shadow, and it survives in the hearts of those who were never quite able to accept the plaza's version of events, who felt that something was missing and could not name it. The stone cannot name it either. The stone can only stand there, loyal to a story that was never loyal to anything but itself. And the mask that was taken, the mask that still belongs to Ogerpon, waits by the cave for the day when someone arrives with questions that the plaza was never able to answer, that someone will not find those answers beneath the statues, that someone will find them in the quiet, beyond the edge of the village, where the architecture of memory finally runs out, and the shape of what really happened is still visible in the shadow of the mountain. Loyalty Plaza does not merely remember the past, it instructs everyone who walks through it. The stone faces of Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti stand in a permanent posture of victory, and for a child growing up in Kitakami, that posture is not something to question, it is simply the way the world is. The statues are part of the landscape, like the mountains and the rice fields that surround the village. The legend they carry is treated exactly the same way. You do not ask whether the mountain has a right to stand where it stands. You do not ask whether the legend is true. It simply is. And so the story reaches the next generation, not through a dramatic revelation, but through the quiet, constant pressure of a tradition that was already old before the village's grandparents were born. For two children in particular, this legend was not ancient history. Carmine and Kieran were born into it the way you are born into a language or a landscape. The festival, the masks, the 3 carved figures at the plaza, none of it existed as a museum exhibit to them. It was the atmosphere they breathed, the water they grew up swimming in. It shaped the way they talked, the way they played, the way they sorted the world into safe and dangerous, long before they had the words to ask what the sorting was based on. A child walking through Kitakami during festival season does not see a historical reenactment. They see the adults of the village moving through rituals that feel as permanent as the seasons. There is music, there are dances, there are masks carried carefully through the streets, and there is a story attached to each one. A story that everyone seems to know, even when no one is telling it aloud. For Carmine and Kieran, the story of the masked ogre and the 3 heroes was never taught the way school lessons are taught. It was absorbed. It seeped in through the rhythm of the dance, through the weight of the masks, through the way their elders' voices dropped whenever the ogre was mentioned. Carmine was the elder of the 2, and she carried the local tradition the way older siblings usually do. Easily, naturally, without ceremony, she knew the story backward and forward. She could name the 3 heroes without pausing. She knew which mask belonged to which Pokémon, what each one's victory was meant to represent, and why the festival's order unfolded the way it did. When she walked past the plaza, she did not stop to read the inscriptions. She never needed to. The statues had always been there, and they had always meant the same thing. The heroes had protected the village. The ogre had been driven out. That was the whole of it, and that was enough for her. Carmine's familiarity was not a performance, it was the texture of her everyday life. She had grown up with the festival, the way other children grow up with bedtime stories, except that the festival was real and solid and performed in front of her every single year. She knew what to do with her hands during the dances. She knew the words to the songs. She knew that the masks of the Loyal Three were displayed with pride on certain days of the year. And she knew that the ogre's mask was kept separately, under careful watch, as if it might still be dangerous after all this time. None of this struck her as strange, because none of it had ever been presented to her as a matter of opinion. The legend had been delivered in the same tone, adults' use for practical facts. This is how the festival goes. This is why we hold it. This is what the heroes did. She had no reason to suspect there was another version, because no version other than the official one had ever been allowed to reach her. It is worth pausing here to understand what Carmine's certainty actually costs her. She is not cold or unkind. She is simply someone who has never needed to look past the surface of the story, because the surface has always been enough for everyone around her. She defends the legend, not because she has examined it, but because she loves her home and the people who gave her this story. The tradition she carries is real to her, and her confidence in it is a form of loyalty. The same loyalty the Plaza asks of everyone who passes through it. She does not know that loyalty has been misplaced. She does not know that the heroes she praises were part of the tragedy the village remembers. She only knows that the festival matters, and that the masks matter, and that the story of the ogre was never meant to be questioned by someone like her. Kieran was different. He was younger, quieter, and somewhere along the way the ogre had become the one thread in the legend he could not let go of. While Carmine saw the three heroes as the obvious centre of the tale, Kieran kept drifting toward the edges, toward the creature the entire festival existed to condemn, the masked ogre from the mountain, the villain of the pageant, the figure that appeared in every cautionary story told to children who wandered too far up the hillside. He did not argue for the ogre. He was not even sure what he thought about it, but he was drawn to it in a way that made the rest of the village's certainty feel thin. For Kieran, the ogre's mask was the most interesting object in the whole village, precisely because everyone agreed it should not be looked at for long. The heroes' masks were bright and celebratory, designed to be seen and admired. The ogre's mask was something else. He had memorized its shape from the glimpses he caught during festival days, and the more he looked at it, the less it matched the simple story he had been given. The ogre was supposed to be a mindless monster, but its mask seemed frozen in an expression he could not name. It looked to his young eyes less like rage and more like grief. He did not have the vocabulary for that yet. He only knew that the ogre was the part of the story that felt unfinished, and the feelings stayed with him long after the festival booths were packed away. Kieran's fascination also pointed outward, toward the mountain itself. From the village, the mountain where the ogre was said to have dwelled was visible in the distance, blue-grey and quiet, holding its own council. Adults did not go there. Children were warned away from it. But Kieran looked at it, the way the mask's expression looked at him. A question waiting for an answer. He did not know that the truth waiting there was more complicated than either the village's fear or his own curiosity. He only knew that the mountain was the place where the legend lived, and that someday, someone would have to go up there and see what the story had left behind. Here is the strangest part of it all. Neither Carmine nor Kieran had the full history. Neither of them had any idea what had really happened on that mountain generations before, or who the true victim had been. The folklore had shaped their assumptions long before either child had a chance to test those assumptions against fact. Carmine assumed the ogre was wicked because the story said so. Kieran assumed the ogre was mysterious because the story said so. Two different reactions, one identical source. That is the power of inherited narrative. It does not have to be accurate to shape a child's imagination. It only has to be repeated often enough to feel like common sense. In Kitakami, the story had been repeated through every channel a small community possesses. The prayers offered at the shrine, the masks carried through the streets. During the dances performed in the square, including the rhythm of the ogre sword dance that had been kept alive for generations in the region. Children learned the story of the masked ogre before they learned to read. They absorbed it through the tone of an adult's voice, through the way older kids pointed at the mountain and whispered, through the jokes made at the ogre's expense when the festival crowd was feeling brave. The story was not preserved in one document and handed down unchanged. It was kept alive in 1,000 small gestures, and every one of those gestures pressed the same conclusion deeper into the village's understanding of itself. By the time Carmine and Kieran were old enough to wonder whether the legend was true, the legend had already decided where their wandering would begin and where it was expected to end. And this is the quiet tragedy of folklore. It does not announce itself as fiction. It wears the same voice as everything else a child is told. This is how you bow. This is where you walk. This is what we believe. The children of Kitakami did not learn the legend the way you learn a poem to be recited later. They learned it the way you learn which plants are safe to touch and which are not. It became instinct. It became reflex. And instincts are much harder to unlearn than facts. Kieran's curiosity is what begins to expose the cracks in the official narrative. It starts small, the way such things usually do. A question about why the ogre's mask was kept apart from the others. A pause when someone described the final battle. A hesitation that suggested he was picturing more than the story was telling. He noticed that the legend described what the ogre had done, but never what the ogre had wanted. He noticed that the battle was always recounted from the valley, looking up at the mountain. Never from the mountain looking down at the village. No one ever explained why the ogre had come down into the valley in the first place. No one asked what the ogre might have lost, because the official version only made room for what the village had gained. Kieran did not frame these questions as a challenge to his community's beliefs. He probably did not even realize he was asking them. But curiosity once aimed does not easily turn aside. It followed him through festival days and quiet evenings. It followed him into the games where children reenacted the great battle with sticks and shouting. Games in which the ogre was always assigned to whoever lost the argument and got stuck with the worst role. Kieran never volunteered to play the ogre, but he never laughed at the child who did either. Eventually, he stopped joining the game altogether and stood at the edge of the square, watching, turning something over in his mind that he could not yet name. The story was beginning to fail him. And the point where it failed was the point where everyone else refused to look. It is tempting to call these small signs of doubt, but that would be too strong a word. Kieran was not doubting the story yet. He was just holding it an inch further from his face than everyone else did, turning it slightly, letting the light catch it from an angle the festival never allowed. That slight adjustment is all it takes for a legend to begin showing its seams. Once a child notices that the story changes slightly, depending on who is telling it, the story can never be entirely trusted again. The statues at Loyalty Plaza could not tell him what he was looking for. The festival masks could not answer his questions. They could only repeat the same public meaning that they had repeated for generations. The only person in Kitakami who might be able to trace the legend back to its true beginning was not standing in the square during the dances. There was an older voice in the village, a quieter one, that had carried a different version of events through all the years of celebration and kept it safe without ever being asked to share it. The three heroes would not speak for themselves, but that elder could, if the right question ever found its way through the crowd. Kieran grew up in a village that had already finished telling its most important story. The ogre came. The ogre threatened. 3 Pokémon fought it off and saved everyone. The end. It was a tidy story, a good story, the kind a community tells itself so that children can sleep at night and adults can walk past the statues in Loyalty Plaza without feeling the weight of the past pressing down on them. Carmine heard that story the way you hear the sound of your own house. It was simply there, constant, unnoticeable, because it was everywhere. She knew the names of the loyal three, like she knew the names of her own family. Okidogi, Munkidori, Pheasantipiti. 3 heroes, 3 statues, 3 masks on display at the festival. The story had never once made her pause. It was not a mystery to solve. It was just the air she breathed. Her brother was built differently. Kieran could not let the ogre go. It followed him through every festival, every visit to Loyalty Plaza, every glimpse of those strange, unsettling masks hanging under the eaves of the village hall. Other children saw the masks and remembered the heroism of the 3 Pokémon who tore them away. Kieran saw the masks and wondered what it must have felt like to lose them. The adults warned him. They warned him constantly. The ogre is dangerous. The ogre is not a story to play with. Stay away from the mountain, and if you ever see something moving in the tall grass, do not follow it. Do not call out to it. Do not imagine you can befriend it just because it looks sad and small. But warnings only work if fear and curiosity point in the same direction. And for Kieran, they pointed in opposite directions. The more they told him to be afraid, the more he wanted to understand. And here is the thing about simplification. A story that is told the same way every time loses its texture. It becomes flat. And a child who is observant will notice the flatness. They will feel the places where the story does not give, where the answers do not arrive, where the adults look away. Kieran did not doubt the village's story because he was rebellious. He doubted it because it did not breathe. He was a lonely boy, not the kind of lonely you can spot from across the road, but the quiet kind, the kind where you are in a room full of people and still not quite with them. He did not make friends easily, did not know how to be the center of attention. So he learned to live at the edges of things, watching, listening, noticing what other people missed. And what he noticed was that the ogre had the same kind of loneliness he had. It lived alone on the mountain. It wore a mask because of how it was seen. It was described by everyone as a monster, but no one in the village could tell him what it actually wanted, what it actually felt, why it had stayed so close to a place that hated it. The people of Kitakami had never asked those questions. They had decided long ago that the ogre was bad, and that was that. But Kieran could not stop asking, not out of contrariness, out of something deeper, empathy, the kind that only comes from someone who knows what it is like to be looked at and not seen. His empathy made him curious, his curiosity made him brave, and his loneliness made Ogerpon feel less like a monster and more like a companion who was also waiting for something the village could not give. He collected the ogre the way other children collect treasure, pieces of the story that did not fit the official version. The way the ogre kept retreating into the shadows, even when it had nothing to fear from a child. The way the masks on display did not look like the masks of a monster, but the masks of something that wanted to be anyone else. He noticed that the order of events in the old songs did not quite match the order in the statues. He noticed that nobody ever mentioned what the ogre was trying to do when the loyal 3 confronted it. He noticed, and he kept the noticing close to his chest, because when he tried to share it, the adults waved him off. Do not dwell on the ogre, they said. It is not a good story to dwell on. Go and play. Let it go. But he could not let it go, because the more the village insisted the ogre was simple, the more Kieran knew it was not. There is a version of Ogerpon that exists only in Kieran's mind, and it was built from all the things the village did not say. He imagined a creature that was lonely and angry and sad and desperate all at once. He imagined the mask as both a curse and a comfort, something that hid the face that everyone rejected, but also something that kept the creature from being seen at all. He imagined what it would be like to be so misunderstood that even your own story was told by people who had never met you. And that imagination made the eventual truth more personal than any historical correction ever could be. When the true story was finally told, when the elder explained what really happened with the human companion and the stolen masks, Kieran did not hear it as an interesting piece of folklore lore. He heard it as a confirmation of something he had always known. The ogre was innocent. The ogre had been wronged. The ogre had loved and lost and been punished for its grief. He was vindicated, and he was also devastated, because the truth of Ogerpon's life was not a puzzle to be solved. It was a tragedy, and Kieran had been carrying a piece of that tragedy without knowing it in his chest for years. That is the moment the village made its great mistake. The adults understood, finally, how deep Kieran's attachment ran. They saw his intensity. They saw his excitement. They saw the way he lit up when the real story was in the air, and they decided it was not safe for him. They decided that the truth would make him reckless, that he would try to find Ogerpon, that he would throw himself into danger because he believed with his whole heart that the creature needed him. So they did what adults in this story have always done. They hid the truth again. They told Kieran the simplified version. They put the walls back up around the older, kinder story of the loyal three, hoping that his fascination would cool if it were not fed. But you cannot simply unknow what has already been known. And when Kieran realized that the people who loved him had decided his ignorance was safer than his understanding, something in him began to break. He was not a foolish child. He was a child who had done exactly what the village's own story demanded of its heroes. He had looked at something frightening and tried to understand it, instead of turning away, and his reward was to be told that his heart could not be trusted. The conflict that follows does not come from the truth itself. It comes from the way the truth was handled. Kieran's obsession was always a search for connection. The adults turned it into a wound, and in a village where the legend had already been edited once to protect the people who told it, the second editing would not be so easy to control, because the truth about Ogerpon was still out there on the mountain, waiting. And there was a boy in Kitakami who had never stopped believing that the creature deserved someone on its side. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. Kieran's eyes are always searching for something he has not been told. That is the quiet truth of his fascination with the masked ogre. He has heard the story the village tells, but the story itself feels incomplete to him, like a song with a missing verse, a mask with one eye left empty. And while Kieran looks outward, toward the mountain, toward the cave, toward the mystery at the edge of Kitakami, his sister is looking at him. Carmine watches her brother, the way someone watches a lit candle in a dry room, not with fear exactly, but with attention, constant attention. Carmine carries Kitakami differently than Kieran does. Where he is drawn to what is hidden, she is fluent in what is shown. She knows the masks. She knows the Plaza. She knows the proper words for the prayer that honors the loyal three, and she can recite the story of the ogre's defeat without pausing to think about it. When she walks through Kitakami with the player character at her side, she moves like someone who belongs to the place, not because she owns it, but because it owns her. She has been shaped by its stories since before she could speak them. The festival is her childhood. The masks are her inheritance. The legend is the air she breathes, and she breathes it without noticing. That is the first thing to understand about Carmine. She does not treat tradition as something old. She treats it as something alive, something that asks things of her. When she relays the legend of the loyal three, she speaks with a casual authority that only comes from a story told 100 times. She does not question it. She does not embellish it. She simply passes it along, the way anyone passes along something fragile and important, something that must not be dropped. This is the burden of inherited knowledge. It becomes part of who a person is. For Carmine, the story of Kitakami is not merely a tale about the past. It is the reason her village stands the way it stands. It is the shape of respect, the order of the household, the unspoken agreement that the elders know what happened and the younger ones will trust them. She has protected that arrangement her whole life. She protects it the way she protects her brother, without being asked, without being thanked, and often without getting it right. But Kieran is not content to trust. His curiosity is not rude, but it is relentless. He asks questions Carmine cannot answer. He wonders about the ogre in a way that makes the village's heroes feel like decorations, not people. And Carmine sees the shift in him, the way his voice changes when he talks about the creature, the way the mountain pulls his gaze whenever they stand on the edge of town. She knows that look. She has seen it in travelers who spend too long at Loyalty Plaza, standing beneath the carvings of the three protectors, trying to find the truth beneath the stone. It is the look of someone who has decided that the story he was handed is missing something, and that he will be the one to find it. Here is the part of Carmine's story that is easiest to miss. She knows the truth is out there. Her grandfather knows the real account of what happened, the human companion, the stolen masks, the grief that turned a victim into a monster. Carmen does not seek that truth out for herself, not at first. She simply knows of its existence. The way someone knows about a locked drawer in the house where they were raised. She respects the lock. She respects the silence. She understands that some knowledge is held like a live coal, warm and dangerous at once, and that the people who hold it do so because holding it changed them. So when Carmine finally decides to bring the player character to the true record of the past, it is night. Kitakami is quiet. The festival lights are gone. The mountain water is loud in the dark, a sound that fills the air the way memory fills a room. She leads the way to the place where her grandfather keeps the corrected history. And the three who are called loyal. She does not bring Kieran. She asks the player character to keep it from him, and she gives her reason, carefully shaped and heavy with fear. Kieran is not ready, she says. Kieran will chase the ogre if he knows. Kieran will try to help it, or fight it, or follow it somewhere he cannot come back from. She loves him enough to lie. She loves him enough to make the lie herself, to carry it in her own voice, to be the one who stands between her brother and the truth that would break him. She is in that single quiet choice, torn in three directions at once. Her loyalty to Kieran tells her to spare him. Her loyalty to Kitakami tells her to preserve the order the legend creates, the neat shape of heroes and monster that keeps the village steady on its ground. And her fear, which she would never name out loud, tells her that if the truth reaches her brother, she will lose him to it. She will lose the boy who still laughs easily. She will lose the brother who follows her around the festival with his questions. She will lose him to the mountain. And the mountain does not return the people it takes. Secrecy, when it is born from protection, looks like love, and it is love. But love alone does not keep a secret kind. Carmine decides, quite gently, that her brother is not ready for the truth. And in making that decision for him, she does something the village itself did long ago. She takes his right to know his own story and places it on a shelf, out of reach for his own good. She becomes the elder who knows better. She becomes the guardian of the memory he cannot touch. The protection is real, but so is the exclusion. She has shut him out of a conversation that is, at its heart, about his own family's past. She has decided that his love for the ogre is a thing to be managed rather than trusted. There is bitter symmetry here. Hundreds of years ago, the villagers of Kitakami saw the aftermath of a tragedy and decided they understood it. They saw Ogerpon raging, and they decided the ogre was the villain. They saw the three Pokémon who had stolen the masks, and they decided those three were heroes. The story was unkind, but it was safe. It gave the village order. It made the world legible. It let everyone sleep at night. And now Carmine looks at her brother and sees the possible result of the truth. A boy unmoored, chasing something dangerous into the dark. So she chooses the safe story. She chooses the omission. She preserves familiarity instead of honesty. And she tells herself it is kindness. Who gets to decide when someone is ready for the truth? The village of Kitakami decided for itself generations ago, and it decided wrong. The elders decided for the next generation, and the next, and the next. And each telling hardened the error into stone. Carmine decides for Kieran. She decides that his longing is a weakness. She decides that his curiosity is a threat. She decides that his love for the ogre is something to outgrow rather than understand, and she does it from the very place she wishes to protect. She does it because she is the older sister, because the burden of inherited knowledge is also the burden of deciding what to pass along. She has inherited not just the true story, but the authority to keep it hidden. It is a heavy kind of power. It is the power the village always held over Ogerpon. The power to tell a story that leaves someone out of the telling. The secret does not stay in Carmine's hands forever. Knowledge that is held back does not rest quietly. It presses, it pushes, it finds cracks in the silence. And in Kitakami, the cracks are already beginning to show, in the worn stone of the plaza, in the pale faces of the masks, in the way Kieran keeps looking toward the mountain, waiting for an answer that he has been told, over and over, is not his to seek. Carmine has made her choice for now, but the truth has its own momentum, and the night is not finished with them. Carmine's loyalty to her village's story is not the blind obedience of a child who never questioned what she was told. It is something older and heavier. She grew up in the shadow of that story, the way other children grow up in the shadow of a mountain, always aware of its size, never quite able to see around it. And the reason she protects it so fiercely, the reason she hesitates whenever the truth edges closer to the surface, is that she knows who carries the weight of what actually happened. Her grandfather, the village elder, and the elder's version of events is not the one engraved on the memorials. In the public life of Kitakami, the elder is the face of tradition. When the village wants to remember something properly, it is his voice that tells the tale. When children ask why the masks hang in the storehouse, why the statues stand at Loyalty Plaza, why the festival dances every year, it is his words that give the answer. He is the one people trust to keep the past intact. But keeping the past intact and telling the truth are two very different responsibilities. And he has learned to carry both at once. The version he recites for the village is polished and complete. It has a villain, the masked ogre. It has heroes, the loyal three. It has a moment of rescue that the whole town can feel proud of, and it is wrong. The corrected account, the one he holds hidden beneath the public folklore, is the one he does not tell, not at festivals, not to visitors, not even for a long time to his own grandchildren. Here is what the elder knows. Long before the loyal three were called loyal, before the masks were hung in Kitakami as proof of a famous victory, there was an ogre. But this ogre was not the terror the stories describe. She lived with a human companion, and the two of them together made the village uneasy. The ogre was strange to look at. The mask she wore made her seem dangerous even when she meant no harm. And the people of Kitakami did what communities so often do with what they cannot understand. They pushed them both away. The companion and the ogre retreated to the mountains, to a cave where they could live without the weight of the village's fear. It was not a life of adventure or menace. It was a quiet life, a hidden one, and in its own way, a gentle one. The companion saw past the mask. That was the whole miracle of the friendship. In a world that had decided the ogre was something to fear, one person looked at her and saw someone instead. That is where the story should have ended, if stories were the kind of thing that let people be. But this one did not, because the three Pokémon who would one day be celebrated as the loyal three found them. And what they did that day was not heroic at all. They attacked the companion. They stole the masks. There was no village in danger. There was no brave stand against a looming threat. There was only an act of theft, committed against a creature who already had almost nothing, and it left her with even less. It is no mystery why the masks were taken. They were bound to Ogerpon's strength and to her very sense of self. To take them was not simply to rob her, it was to unmake her. When Ogerpon fought back, it was not the beginning of the violence. It was a response to it. The grief, the rage, the terrible struggle that the villagers caught sight of from a distance. All of it was aftermath. They arrived too late to see what had been done. They never saw the companion fall. They never saw the masks torn away. They saw only an ogre burning with fury, and 3 Pokémon standing against it. And they did what people do with an incomplete picture. They finished the story themselves. They made the ogre the monster. They made the trio the saviors. They built a shrine to the wrong version of events and named it loyalty. Turn that legend inside out, and you finally see what the Elder has been carrying all these years. The 3 heroes of Kitakami did not save anything. They caused the wound that made the ogre appear monstrous in the first place. They stole her masks. They took her companion from her, and when she broke under that weight, the village looked at her breaking and decided it had found proof of who she had always been. The masks, the very objects the village displays to this day, are not trophies of a noble battle. They are evidence of a theft. The whole community agreed to celebrate, and the festival that honors the Loyal 3 does not honor loyalty at all. It honors a crime, laundered through enough retellings to look like courage. The masks themselves mattered far more than the village ever understood. For Ogerpon, they were not decoration, and they were not armor in the way people imagine. They were her way of being seen. They were her way of meeting a world that already decided she was frightening. With them, she had a shape she could choose. Without them, she had nothing to hide behind, nothing to shape herself with, and nothing left of the quiet life she had built. With the one person who had ever accepted her, when the masks were taken, something in her gave way. That is why her grief was so terrible. It had nowhere to go. The village saw that grief and called it evil, because calling it grief would have meant asking uncomfortable questions about who had caused it. The Elder carries this account the way a person carries a scar, quietly, always, aware of it even when no one else can see it. He knows that the masks on display are a symbol of the village's mistake. He knows that Loyalty Plaza is a monument to a story that could not survive the truth. But he also knows that telling the truth would mean tearing down more than statues. It would mean telling the people of Kitakami that the identity they built, the festivals they love, the square where they gather, the pride they pass to their children, all of it stands on a lie that caused real suffering. That is a terrible thing to ask of a community. So he stays quiet. He holds the corrected story close, and he tells it only when it is needed, and only to those who can hear it without shattering. But the cost of that mercy is that the lie grows older, the truth grows weaker, and another generation grows up believing the masks belong on proud display. Carmine learned the story of the Loyal 3 the way everyone in Kitakami did, as history rather than rumour, and Kieran learned it too, that the Elder's version of what happened was never meant to find its way into eager young hands. It is carried quietly, passed along reluctantly, waiting for a moment that may never quite arrive. And when a child is hungry for the truth, as Kieran is, silence becomes its own kind of wound. What makes this particular myth so powerful is not simply that it is false. It is that the shape of the false story feels so familiar. A village in need, a terrible ogre, a trio of brave companions who rise to meet it. It is the shape of one of the oldest tales in Japanese folklore, the story of a hero who sets out with a dog, a monkey and a pheasant to defeat an Oni. Kitakami's legend walks in that same silhouette, and yet it is not that story at all. It is that story turned inside out, reflected in dark water. Here the hero never arrives. The animal companions are the villains, and the ogre, the figure the old tales teach you to fear, is the only soul who was ever truly wronged. Kitakami built its folklore on the wrong side of the mirror, and the Elder is the only one who has seen the difference. The image on the other side is the one the old stories never told. Not the hero with his animal companions riding out to slay the Oni, but the Oni herself, left to carry a grief that was never hers to begin with. The Elder's version of what happened settles into the room the way old truths often do, not with the sharp crack of revelation, but with the slow, heavy certainty of something carried for far too long. The companion existed. The masks were stolen. Ogerpon was never the aggressor, and the 3 Pokémon the village calls loyal were never heroes. They were thieves. And the only thing heroic about the story that follows them is how well the village has told it, generation after generation. The corrected account has finally been spoken aloud, but there is a particular cruelty embedded in this moment. And it is not the cruelty of what happened in the past. It is the cruelty of when the truth arrives. The revelation has come, and it has come too late to undo what it describes. Consider what the corrected story cannot touch. For generations, Ogerpon has been feared by villagers who never met it, feared by children who only heard the warning tale, feared in the abstract, feared in the specific, feared with the kind of certainty that only a well-worn story can create. And a correction, no matter how sincere, no matter how carefully told, cannot reach back through all those years and ease a single moment of that fear. The years are gone. The fear was real, and it was felt alone. Ogerpon lived through all of it. Every season of being the name parents whispered to keep their children close to home. Every festival that celebrated the ones who had hurt it most. The correction arrives after the fact, and arriving after the fact is not the same as arriving in time. And then there is the deeper weight, historical accuracy, the simple precision of finally getting the story right. Cannot restore the companion, that relationship, that friendship, that one thread of tenderness in Ogerpon's life was taken, and the one who offered it is gone. No correction can bring them back. No revised account can return the stolen years, or fill the space where that companionship used to live. Ogerpon did not just lose its masks. It did not just lose its name and its place in the world. It lost the one creature whose presence made the world bearable. And that is not a loss any narrative repair can touch. The monument still stands. Loyalty Plaza, with its statues and its framed masks and its carefully kept grounds, still stands exactly where the village built it. The corrected story may be true, but the plaza is physical. It is stone and wood and painted faces, and it has been the centre of the village's public life for so long that the lie has become part of the ground itself. A truth spoken quietly in conversation does not dislodge a monument. It does not redraw the carved features of the honoured trio. It does not pull the mask down from their display. It simply sits alongside them, an invisible footnote to a very visible history. The festival will still come each year. The village will still gather, and the plaza will continue to say, in the most permanent language a community knows, that Ogerpon was the monster and the trio were the saviours. The corrected story has to live in the shadow of that monument. And shadows are a thin place to build a truth. So here is the question that lingers in the space between the old story and the true one. Can an apology reach someone who has spent its life surviving a community's judgment? Not just surviving it, but surviving it entirely alone. Ogerpon has had generations to learn that the world is hostile, that its face is something to be hidden, that its existence is a threat by definition. When a creature has learned those lessons so thoroughly, when fear has been its only constant companion, an apology is not a simple thing to receive. It may not even register as an apology. It may just sound like another noise from a world that has never once been kind. Apologies require trust. They require the belief that the one offering them means the words sincerely. They require a kind of safety, a sense that the long loop of harm is finally breaking. And Ogerpon has never been safe. It has never had the chance to practice receiving kindness. The emotional machinery that would allow an apology to land, to soften, to begin the slow work of healing. That machinery was never allowed to grow. It withered in the cave. It withered through the years of isolation. It withered every time the village sang its song of triumph over the wronged. And so the truth arriving changes something for the village. It changes something for the elder who carried the secret. It changes something for Kieran, who has been drawn to the ogre for reasons the public story never explained. It even changes something for Carmine, who must now reconcile the tradition she was raised to protect with the fact that the tradition was built on a wound. But the truth arriving does not automatically change something for Ogerpon. Ogerpon has not been waiting for a correction. Ogerpon has simply been surviving. The truth is a gift offered by the people who once refused to look, and the one who should receive it has spent so long in the dark that it may no longer know how to open its hands. This is what makes this chapter of the story so heavy. The discovery of the truth was treated, in the moment, like an ending. The riddle was solved. The mystery was unlocked. The village would finally know what really happened. But the discovery of the truth is not the ending, is the turning point. The place where the story stops being about what happened and starts being about what to do with what happened. The stakes have shifted. The question is no longer who was right and who was wrong. It is no longer just a matter of separating fact from legend. The question is, what responsibility follows the discovery? Knowledge carries obligation. The elder always knew that, which is why the truth was kept for so long. Not because it was unknown, but because knowing it meant having to decide what to do with it. And now the burden passes forward. To know what happened to Ogerpon is to be responsible in some way for what happens next. It is no longer enough to say the old story was wrong. The old story is still being told. The monuments still stand. The masks still hang in their frames. And Ogerpon is still out there, carrying the same grief it has carried for a lifetime that stretches far beyond the memory of anyone now living. An accurate history is better than a false one. That is true in the abstract, the way facts are true. But the tragedy of this particular story is that accuracy does not heal. The village can revise its account. It can tell a truer version of the legend. It can even speak Ogerpon's suffering into the open, but it cannot give back the companion. It cannot give back the years. It cannot pull the fear out of Ogerpon's memory and replace it with the warmth it never received. The truth, arriving alone, is just another piece of information. And information does not wail the way Ogerpon has wailed. Information does not hide behind a mask for long decades, hoping only to be left alone. There is something unbearably quiet about Ogerpon at this point in the tale. It has not demanded an apology. It has not marched back to the village to prove it was wronged. It has simply existed in the cave with what remains of its masks and its memory of the companion. The truth has caught up to the story, but the truth has not caught up to Ogerpon. The village will have to decide what the correction means. Whether it will offer something that resembles repentance, whether it will finally lower its eyes before the creature it condemned. But those decisions belong to the village now, and Ogerpon, in its quiet and its grief, will only receive whatever the world decides to offer, the same way it has always received it, wary and alone, with no reason yet to believe that the kindness it was promised has finally arrived. Truth arrives at its own pace. In Kitakami, it has often arrived long after the moment it was needed, and the corrected story that the elder keeps does not undo any of that damage. It cannot bring back the companion Ogerpon lost. It cannot return the years of hiding, of fear, of being misread and mythologized as a monster. And it cannot pull down the monuments that generations have raised to the wrong 3 names. The statues still stand at Loyalty Plaza. The festival still celebrates the old victory. The songs still sing of 3 brave protectors who saved the village from the masked ogre. Accuracy, it turns out, is not the same as justice. But then something happens that no statue, no song, no carefully preserved tradition can soften. The loyal 3 return. Not as memory, not as legend, not as masks on a shrine wall or names recited in a ceremony. Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipiti return as living creatures, moving through Kitakami as if the land does always belong to them. And that is the first disruption. Because for as long as anyone in the village can remember, these 3 have existed at a safe distance. They belong to the past. They belong to the plaza. They belong to the stories told to children. What they have never belonged to is the present moment. And now, The present moment is full of them. A story can be managed. A statue can be admired without consequence. A song can be sung without fear. But a living creature is beyond the control of any narrative. When Okidogi walks his heavy path along the village edge, the earth feels the weight of each step. He does not carry himself like a guardian in a painting. He does not move like a hero, waiting for a festival in his honor. He moves like something that has never been questioned, never been challenged, never once had to explain what it is doing here. And the village watches him pass, and the comfortable distance between folklore and reality narrows with every stride. Monkidori is harder to track, and that is its own kind of warning. He sits in the branches of the old pines, patient, watchful, turning his head just enough to follow the movement of people below. The festival banners show a clever companion with a bright and willing spirit. The living Monkidori has that cleverness, but it reads differently in the flesh. It reads as attention, as evaluation, as a mind that collects information and decides what to do with it. The villagers can feel those eyes on them, and they cannot tell whether the feeling is protection or inspection. That uncertainty is new. The legend never asks them to wonder. Fezandipiti is the hardest of the three to look at directly, because beauty itself is part of the problem. The creature is radiant. Its feathers seem to gather light that other things lose. Its stillness carries a kind of authority that no costume in the festival could ever imitate, and that is exactly the point. The village has always told itself that the loyal three were gracious and noble, and Fezandipiti has always looked the part. It has never needed to prove anything, because beauty has its own protection. People want to believe that what is beautiful is good. That instinct is one of the reasons the legend has survived so long. But together, the three of them become a contradiction the village cannot ignore. In every festival story, they are clean and polished, reduced to their simplest heroic outlines. The living Okidogi has a presence that feels overwhelming, rather than reassuring. The living Monkidori has a sharpness that feels like calculation rather than devotion. The living Fezandipi has a grace that feels like a barrier rather than an invitation. They are not what the banners promised, and at the same time, they are exactly what the banners promised. And that split is where the history has been hiding all along. And then there are the masks. The Wellspring Mask, the Hearthflame Mask, the Cornerstone Mask. 3 masks that belong to Ogerpon, carried openly on the heads of the loyal 3, worn as if they were earned, worn as if they were won. The village has seen these masks for generations. They have been there, on the actual creatures, in the actual world. The legend has trained everyone not to look too closely. The story says the masks were taken from the ogre in a just battle, which means they are trophies, souvenirs of a victory that made the village feel safe. But the corrected account says something else. It says they were stolen before any battle, taken from a creature that had already lost too much. And when the villagers stand at the edge of a field and watch Okidogi pass with the hearth, the mask itself does not change. It simply sits there, patient as stone, waiting for someone to finally ask where it came from. That is what the return demands. It forces Kitakami to confront the beings it has worshipped, not as symbols but as living creatures. The shrine at Loyalty Plaza honors their memory, but memory is safe. Memory does not eat. It does not watch you from a tree. It does not walk through the village with stolen property on its head. The real Okidogi, the real Monkidori, the real Fezandipiti, they demand something very different. The festival has made them into mascots, and mascots are harmless because they are not real. These are real. That reality is the thing the village never had to face before. The elder who knows the true story carries a heavy weight in these moments, because the elder knows that the village is not just venerating these 3, it is venerating the thing they did. Every bow, every offering, every smiling reproduction of the trio's likeness is another confirmation of the theft, another endorsement of the cruelty that started it all. And the loyal 3 accept all of it. They accept the reverence without correction. They do not tell the village that they have the story wrong. Why would they? The story has been good to them. The story has made them beloved. The story has turned them from what they are into what the village needed them to be, and they have worn that disguise long enough that even they may have started to believe it. But the living evidence is harder to ignore than any song. The stillness that falls over a field when Fezandipiti lands. The way Okidogi's shadow stretches across a road he never had to ask to use. The patient eyes of Monkidori tracking children as they run past the tree line. A pattern as old as the forest itself. All of it is a reminder that these three are not symbols at all. They are beings with a history. And the history is written in what they carry, and where they walk, and who they hurt. The village that built a shrine to them now has to live with them in person. And in person, they look nothing like what the stories promised. Even those who have heard the elders' version of the truth struggle to name what they feel, watching the loyal three move through the same fields they have roamed for so long. Kieran stands apart from the festival crowd now. He does not cheer when Okidogi passes. He has been changed by the truth, and the truth has made these creatures impossible to see the same way again. For him, their presence is not a blessing. It is a reminder that the whole village has been singing praises to the wrong story, and the wrong story has teeth, and the wrong story is still walking around as if it has every right to be beloved. It is a strange kind of reckoning, because the loyal three are not demonic, not monstrous, not obviously evil in any way the village would recognize. They are simply here. They are simply themselves. And that is enough to break the spell of the old story. A monster is easy to dislike. A hero is easy to admire. But a creature that is just a creature, with every complicated, unflattering, undeniable thing that comes with real presence, that is something the village has no story for. And without a story, the people of Kitakami are left with a choice. Keep holding on to the tale that made them feel safe, or look at the three who have returned. Look at what they carry, look at what they did, and begin the slow work of telling a truer version. And if the shape of that truth feels familiar, if a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant standing together seems like a story you have heard before, that is because it is. The loyal three were never created in a vacuum. They trace their outlines to a much older tale, one told all across Japan, the story of a boy born from a peach, and the animal companions who followed him to face the ogres on the mountain. Kitakami borrowed that shape and turned it on its head. And that borrowed shape, like everything else in this village, has a history of its own waiting to be uncovered. When the statues themselves come down from the mountain, no one in Kitakami can pretend anymore that the memorial in the plaza is only a memorial. The loyal three are back. Okidogi, Monkidori, Fezandipiti. They are not the bronze figures standing in the village square with their heads raised toward the sky, polished and perfect and forever frozen in the moment of their supposed triumph. They are living creatures. They breathe, they move, they notice, and they are marked by the very things the village has spent generations celebrating. The masks of Ogerpon, carried by the creatures who took them, and they are not behaving like heroes. For generations, the people of Kitakami have told themselves a story. A masked ogre came down from the hills. 3 brave Pokémon stood against it. The village was saved. That story is carved into the statues and worn into the plaza stones. It is sung at every festival and recited to every child. It is not just a story the village tells. It is the story the village uses to explain itself to itself. But the loyal three never asked to be proof of anything. They never asked for the statues. They never asked for the festival. They never asked for the masks to hang where everyone could see them, as if the village had any right to display them. And when they return, they bring the gap between the memorial and the behaviour with them, whether anyone wants to see it or not. What the villagers witness over those first days is not pleasant. The creatures crash through the fields and the forest and the quiet paths where families used to walk in the evenings. Okidogi moves with a brute force that knocks down fences and turns the ground to mud. Munkidori lurks overhead, watching, calculating, the sharp cleverness in its eyes, nothing like the noble wisdom the statues suggest. Fezandipiti carries itself with a vanity that seems to look through everyone it passes. These three do not protect. They take, they claim. They wander through the village's land as if ownership has always been theirs. And this is the moment the monuments stop being safe. A statue does not steal. A statue does not threaten. A statue has no appetite. But the living versions of the village's heroes have always had appetites. They had them on the night they attacked Ogerpon's companion and took the masks. They had them when the village decided to call that theft a victory. And now they are back, still hungry, still wearing the evidence, and the villagers are forced to hold a thought none of them wants to keep. We built a shrine to an appetite. You can see the change in the village almost immediately. Fear is quick. It is the fastest thing a community shares. It does not wait for research or consensus. It does not wait for the historical record to be corrected. One person sees Okidogi tear through a fence on the edge of a field, and the news travels before the fence is even repaired. Doors that used to stay open through the warm months are closed earlier each evening. Children are called inside before the light fades. The paths that used to lead toward Loyalty Plaza, the beautiful open square where the statues stand, where the festival once filled the air with music, begin to be walked around instead of walked across, because the plaza is still there, the statues are still there, but they have become one of those places no one wants to be caught standing in after sunset. That is how quickly a sacred symbol can become an immediate threat. It does not take a decade of evidence. It takes one moment where the living creature behaves exactly like the creature you refused to see. The change reaches even into the places where the old story used to feel most alive. The children's games, where the youngest villagers used to play the hero and drive the ogre away from the village gate, become strange. The paper masks sold at festival stalls, the ones that look like Ogerpon's older faces, the ones the children used to put on when they played the villain before the hero swept in. Suddenly no parent is in a hurry to buy one, and the songs are the hardest, because they are the easiest to hum without thinking. But when the melody drifts through the air, while one of the three is actually near, the words seem to turn hollow in the mouth, and yet accountability is slow. So slow, accountability would require someone to stand in the center of the village and say the words out loud. We were wrong. We built these monuments to the wrong creatures. We told the wrong story. The ogre we feared was not the one in the mask. The heroes we honored were the ones who did the harm. That sentence is a heavy one. It does not only correct a fact, it rewrites every festival. It reinterprets every song. It tells the old people their memories were built on a falsehood, and the young that they grew up inside a myth. The village elder knows the truth, has known it, kept it, carried it. The corrected account has not been lost. It has been waiting, but holding the truth is not the same as telling it. Telling it is not the same as being believed, and being believed is not the same as being acted upon. So the village hesitates, not from lack of information, but from the arithmetic of memory. Too many years, too many festivals, too many times the names of the loyal three were spoken with pride. The cost of admission grows with every day the community waits, and the longer it waits, the higher that cost climbs, which brings us to the question that now hangs over every conversation in Kitakami. Is this community prepared to admit that it honored the wrong side, or will it simply invent a new explanation? Because that is the other option. That is always the other option. When a founding legend collapses, a community does not automatically reach for the truth. Sometimes it reaches for a better story, a more forgiving one, a version of events that keeps the statue standing. It is not hard to imagine how that new story would sound. It would start soft. The villagers might say, the loyal three were rough. Yes, they were wild. They were never the gentle heroes the statues made them look like. But they drove the ogre away. didn't they? They kept the village safe. Maybe they took those masks. But what was a mask to some lonely creature in the hills compared to the survival of an entire village? And as for Ogerpon, well, if Ogerpon had not reacted with such violence, the story might have been different. It was all a misunderstanding. The masks were taken in the confusion of the fight. No one can be blamed for what they did not know. And in that new story, no one has to apologize. No one has to look at the empty space where the companion used to be. No one has to tell the children that the festival they love is a celebration of a theft. The statues can stay. The plaza can stay. The masks can stay where they have always been displayed, as if they always belonged to someone else. But the masks are exactly what makes that new story impossible, because the masks did not belong to the village. They did not belong to the Loyal Three. They belong to Ogerpon. And Ogerpon is not a legend of the long ago. Ogerpon is still here, still present, still wearing one of its masks, still carrying the grief that the village's false story refuses to acknowledge. Every time Kitakami tells the old tale as a victory, it is not merely repeating a misunderstanding. It is continuing to take from the same creature. The masks are on the Loyal Three even now. Visible, undeniable proof that the creatures the village calls heroes are walking around with stolen things, and the villagers notice. They have to notice. It is one thing to sing about a distant ogre, and another thing entirely to see the trophies of the deed moving through the village, attached to the creatures who committed it. Whatever brought the Loyal Three back down to the lowlands in this moment, and the villagers will debate that among themselves. The facts are plain enough. The heroes of the monument are wearing the spoils. The protectors of Kitakami are walking through the fields with the same greed that started this entire story. So Kitakami sits in a strange, quiet crisis. The fear has already done its work. The statues no longer feel safe. The plaza no longer feels like a place of honor. The memorial that used to anchor the village's sense of itself has become a source of unease. And yet the next part, the part where the village finally says the truth out loud, has not begun. No one has stood before the statues and spoken the elders' account. No one has taken down the decorations. No one has told the children. The community has not yet admitted that it praised the wrong side, and it may not. It may decide that a new lie is easier than an old truth. It may decide that the statues can be made safe again by telling a better story, a softer story, with the same three heroes and a more acceptable ending. But the masks are the evidence. The masks are the memory that no amount of storytelling can erase. And as long as the masks sit in sight, worn by creatures who have no right to them, Kitakami's story cannot close. It is held open, uncertain, between the fear that arrives so quickly and the accountability that has not yet arrived at all. When the statues stopped being safe, the village had to face a harder question. If the heroes were not heroes, then what were the stories? What were the festivals? What were the masks? The masks were everywhere in Kitakami. You could see them at the festival, carved and painted and worn with pride. The faces of the Loyal Three, celebrated year after year. Children grew up wearing those masks. They were taught that the dog, the monkey, and the pheasant saved their home from a monster. And somewhere underneath that celebration, folded into the history until it was nearly invisible, were four other masks. The masks that belonged to Ogerpon. This is the story of how those masks came home. It sounds like a task, a quest, the kind of thing you check off a list. Recover 4 masks, return them to their owner. But the masks were never quite items, and Ogerpon was never quite an owner in the way that word suggests. The masks were pieces of a self, scattered by violence, held by the wrong hands, worn into a story that was never true. And for a long time, the real masks were the most unseen things in Kitakami. The village wore its false faces openly, at every celebration, in every parade. But Ogerpon's actual masks, the ones with the power in them, the ones tied to the true story, were kept out of sight. They were not displayed like trophies, because displaying them would have raised questions, so they stayed hidden. passed between the hands of the ones who had taken them, folded into the background of a legend that needed them to stay invisible. The effort to recover them began quietly, after the loyal three were brought down, after their legend collapsed under the weight of what they had actually done. The masks were there, 3 of them, carried this whole time by the thieves who had taken them, kept close, the way a thief keeps what was never theirs. They were not behind glass. They were not guarded by puzzles or locked doors. They were simply in the hands of the ones who had stolen them. And they had to be taken back, and one by one they came home. The teal mask came first, the plain one, the one Ogerpon wore when it did not want to be seen. There is something tender about that mask. It is not the mask of a monster. It is the mask of someone who learned, very young, that their face caused trouble. Ogerpon wore the teal mask, the way you might pull a hood up, the way you look down when you walk past people who have already decided who you are. It is the mask of hiding, and it is the mask that Ogerpon never took off, even in its deepest grief. When the teal mask was finally understood for what it was, not a disguise but a shield, it was not a victory, it was a relief, like finding your own name, written somewhere you had forgotten to look. Then came the wellspring mask, and the hearth flame mask, and the cornerstone mask, each of them stolen from Ogerpon, each of them carried away in the chaos of that original tragedy, when the companion was lost, and the truth was buried under a village's mistake. Each of them turned into something the truth had to walk around for generations. The names tell you what they carried: the wellspring, water, patience, the ability to keep moving even when the ground falls away. That is the mask you wear when you have to endure. Ogerpon wore it once on a mountain, alone, with grief behind it, and nothing ahead of it but the rest of its life. The hearthflame mask, fire, warmth, the heat of a home that existed once and was taken. It is the mask of anger, but not the blind anger the stories described. It is the anger of someone who loved a thing and watched it be stolen in front of them, and then was blamed for being upset about the stealing. The cornerstone mask, rock, the stubbornness of a creature that refused to disappear, even when every legend tried to erase it. Every time the village told the story of the ogre, that mask was part of the telling. Every time a child wore a mask of the loyal three at a festival, the cornerstone mask was somewhere in the background, wearing the name of a villain in someone else's story. Each mask held a fragment. That is the quiet truth about this recovery. It was never the restoration of a collection. It was the slow reassembling of a self. You can hear it in the names if you let yourself. Wellspring, cornerstone, water, fire, rock. The pieces of a life that Ogerpon had built, quietly with the only companion it had ever trusted. And when the loyal three took those masks, they did not just take equipment, they took the ways Ogerpon had learned to stand in the world. You can see it in how Ogerpon changed as each mask returned. With one mask, it could hide. That was survival. With all 4, it could choose. It could stand still like stone. It could burn like the hearth that was taken. It could flow like water, looking for a way forward. Or it could put the teal mask back on and be plain, unremarkable, safe. That is what it means to face the world on your own terms, not to be unafraid. Fear never really leaves a creature that has been through what Ogerpon has been through, but to have options, to be more than one thing, to decide, for the first time in a very long time, who is looking at you and what they are allowed to see. The people of Kitakami saw Ogerpon as an ogre. The masks were the proof, the story said. A creature that wears faces must have something to hide. But the truth was the opposite. Ogerpon wore its masks because it had been hurt, because being seen had cost it everything, and the masks the village called evidence of a monster were the same masks the village's heroes had torn from someone who had done nothing. There is a particular grief in that reversal. The masks were never a disguise. They were a language, a way for a creature with a face the world flinched from to say, I am still here, I am still something. And for the longest time, that language was in the hands of people who used it to tell lies. So the recovery is meaningful, but it is not complete. because the masks are home and the companion is not. That loss is not something a mask can fix. The years Ogerpon spent alone in the mountains. The years spent as a whisper in a story meant to frighten children. None of that is restored by the return of an object. Possession can be returned. Castles can be given back. Crowns can be set back on the head that once wore them. But trust is another matter entirely. Trust has to be rebuilt in both directions. Ogerpon has to learn that being seen is not the same as being attacked, that a hand reaching toward it is not always a hand about to take, and Kitakami has to learn that its old stories were not just wrong, they were harmful, that a town can build a festival on a lie and call it tradition, that a creature can be branded a monster for defending itself, and that the title of hero can be held by the ones who hurt it. The masks give Ogerpon the strength to face that world. They do not give it a reason to believe the world is safe. That reason has to be built, slowly, by small acts, by people who decide that the truth matters more than the comfort of an old story. And that is where the recovery begins to turn toward the people left standing in its wake, because recovering the masks was the first journey. What comes after is the journey of everyone who learned the truth too late, everyone who must now walk through a home whose foundations have shifted under their feet. The village has to unlearn what it was taught. The elders have to sit with what they knew and did not say. And the youngest among them, the ones who grew up singing songs about the loyal three, wearing their masks at festivals year after year, those are the ones who will feel it most sharply. The ground they stood on is gone. The question is what they will build on what remains. There is a difference between giving something back and making things right. When the masks finally return to Ogerpon, creature receives them with a stillness that no one quite knows how to read. In the stories the village told itself, the ogre was all fury and appetite, a disaster wearing a mask. But the being that now holds its own face in its hands is doing nothing the legend prepared anyone for. It is not roaring. It is not rampaging. It is standing there, holding fragments of itself, as though the weight of reclaiming them is heavier than any stolen treasure should be. The masks are not trophies. They are pieces of a history that was taken, displayed, and distorted for generations. And now that they are home, the only thing left to do is face the ones who took them. And that facing is what the village would call the final battle. But it is not a battle for victory, not in the way that word is usually used. It is a fight over who gets to define the past. The loyal three have spent generations as the heroes of Kitakami. Their names rest in the prayers of the festival. Their images guard Loyalty Plaza. Their legend is rehearsed by children who have never once doubted it. They do not need to win this fight to keep their reputation. They only need to keep the old story standing. If they walk away from this confrontation, still wearing the village's honor, then the past belongs to them. And Ogerpon remains the monster they always said it was. So Ogerpon stands against the three of them. And this is where the village's story finally breaks its own script, because the creature that faces the loyal three is not the ogre of the folktale. The ogre of the folktale had no history, no grief, no inner life. It was a catastrophe in a mask, like a flood, like a storm. But the Ogerpon that stands on that contested ground is clearly, undeniably, a being with a past. Every mask it has reclaimed is a piece of that past. Every gesture is shaped by a loss, with no equivalent in the village's imagination. The loyal three are fighting to keep a legend. Ogerpon is fighting to be recognized as something the legend never allowed it to be, a subject with a history, not an abstract threat. The contrast could not be sharper. Okidogi, Munkidori and Fezandipiti carry a reputation that was never earned, only assigned. They did not defend Kitakami. They attacked a creature that had already been shunned, stole what was most precious to it, and the village turned their crime into a civic virtue. That is inherited reputation, armor that was never tested, a medal for a battle that never happened, and it shows. All three of them move as if the story is on their side, as if momentum itself will carry them through. But a reputation inherited is not the same as a character proven, and the fight becomes difficult. When Ogerpon keeps standing, there is nothing beneath their legend to hold them up. Ogerpon's courage, by contrast, is newly visible, and it is visible precisely because it is vulnerable. There is nothing inherited about this courage. It has been crafted out of survival, out of shunning, out of the grief of losing a companion, who was the only one who ever saw past the mask. When Ogerpon stands its ground, it does not look like the confidence of the strong. It looks like the resolve of the wounded, who have decided that being seen correctly matters more than being feared. The villagers, watching from a distance, are waiting for the monster to appear. They have been trained by the story to expect a rampage, but Ogerpon does not give them the monster they were promised. It gives them a fight, yes, but it is the fight of a creature that was robbed of its home, its companion, and its face. And that has finally found the moment where it can stop running, and that resolve is what changes everything. Because the recognition that happens here is the true climax, deeper than any blow traded. Ogerpon is finally seen, not as an idea, not as the ogre of the old tale, but as someone with a history, someone who was wronged, someone who loved and was loved, who was driven up into the mountains by the very people who now claim to understand it, who lost its only friend, and who kept going even though nothing in the world gave it a reason to hope. The villagers who witness this are no longer looking at a legend. They are looking at a survivor. The story they were told was about a hero and a monster. The story they are forced to see is about a witness and a wronged one. That reversal does not arrive with thunder. It arrives quietly, the way truth usually does. One person lowers their guard, then another. Then the shape of the old story begins to crack. Kieran is there, and he has already felt the weight of this truth before anyone else was ready to admit it. He was raised on the same legend as everyone else. He loved the loyal three the way children love heroes. When the truth was hidden from him, he did not go quiet. He went searching. And now he watches Ogerpon face the trio. And what he sees is not the ogre his village taught him to fear. He sees the creature the story never mentioned, the one with the companion, the one who was shunned, the one who cried out against the theft of everything it held dear. Recognition for Kieran is not a change of mind, it is a change of heart. And that change is the one thing the old legend cannot survive. The fight itself is not clean. There is no neat triumph, no moment where the sky opens and the truth descends to settle the matter. The loyal three do not simply vanish because the truth is on Ogerpon's side. They are still there, still stubborn, still wearing the honor the village hung around their necks. But their blows no longer land the way they once did, because a reputation that was never earned has nothing to fall back on when the witnesses begin to see clearly. They were only ever as strong as the story that held them up, and the story is slipping. When it is over, Ogerpon does not stand like a victor in the way the village defined victory. It stands like a creature that has been carrying a heavy story for a very long time and has finally set it down. The villagers are not cheering. They are not sure what to do with what they are feeling. But one thing is settled. The past no longer belongs to the ones who told the lie. It belongs to the ones who lived it. This is one of the most remarkable reversals in Pokemon's history, because it is not a story about defeating a villain. It is a story about being misread for generations, and then finally being recognized. The masks could not bring back the companion. No confession could restore the years Ogerpon spent feared and alone in the mountains. No ceremony could erase the monument that honored its attackers. But recognition is not a cure, it is a beginning. It is the moment when the story stops being a story and starts being a history. And that history, once witnessed, cannot be unwritten. The village will go on singing its festival songs. The monument will stand, but the masks will be worn differently now. And the ogre in the old tale will no longer be the only face the village sees when it closes its eyes. That is the hidden folklore of Kitakami. Heroism assigned, not earned. Fear that outlived the truth. And a being that was called a monster, waiting all that time, not for revenge, but for someone to finally ask what happened. The final confrontation had ended, but the fight over what it meant had only just begun. Ogerpon stood in the aftermath, masks reclaimed, the loyal three scattered and defeated, and yet the story was still being written, and the village's version of events still had one powerful ally on its side: the shape of the tale itself. For generations, Kitakami had told itself a story that felt perfectly familiar. A masked ogre lived in the mountains. 3 heroes rose up to defeat it. The ogre was evil. The heroes were good. It was a clean story, a comforting one, and the village built its entire identity on it. The festival, the masks on display, the grand monuments at Loyalty Plaza, they all told the same tale, over and over, until no one questioned it, because the tale felt inevitable. But why did that particular story feel so natural? Why did the villagers accept it so readily? The answer was not in Kitakami alone. It was woven into the very soil of Japanese folklore itself, carried in the stories that every child in the region grew up hearing, because the story they were telling was Momotaro, the peach boy, the hero who set out from his village to defeat the ogres of Onigashima, accompanied by 3 devoted animal retainers: the dog, the monkey, and the pheasant. It is one of the most beloved tales in all of Japan, the story of a brave champion and his loyal companions triumphing over the monstrous Oni, the hero, the ogre, and the familiar dog-monkey-pheasant trio. That is the DNA of the legend, and it runs deep. And in Kitakami, that DNA was imprinted on a tragedy that never followed the script, because look closely at the cast. Okidogi, the hulking dog; Monkey Dory, the scheming monkey; Fezandipity, the vain and flamboyant pheasant. 3 Pokémon who map almost one-to-one onto Momotaro's companions, and against them stood Ogerpon, a small masked creature branded as an ogre, living in a mountain cave. The village saw the story it expected to see, a Momotaro tale, where the trio drove the Oni away and saved the land. The roles were already prepared, waiting for someone to step into them. All the villagers had to do was assign the parts. But the real story, the one the villagers never witnessed, was the exact opposite. The animal companions did not arrive as protectors. They arrived as thieves. They crept into the cave where Ogerpon lived with its human companion, and they stole the masks that were part of Ogerpon's very being. They attacked, they took, and they fled. And when Ogerpon followed, consumed by grief and rage, the villagers saw only a monster raging in the mountains, and they wrote the story they already knew. A tale of heroic protection, a tale of a wicked ogre, a tale of Momotaro repeated with new names. That is how Okidogi, Monkey Dory, and Fezandipity mirror the classic animal companions, while corrupting their heroic function entirely. In the folk tale, the dog, the monkey, and the pheasant are loyal servants. They join Momotaro because he is generous and kind, because he shares his provision with them and treats them with respect. Their loyalty is the heart of the story. It elevates them. It is their defining virtue. They serve a greater good, and the tale rewards them for it with eternal honor. In Kitakami, the loyalty of the 3 was never toward anyone but themselves. They were loyal to their own greed, loyal to the masks they coveted, loyal to the violence that got them what they wanted. The village, seeing the world through the safety of the Momotaro lens, grafted heroism onto them anyway. The corruption is total, the same shapes, the same animal archetypes, but hollowed out and turned toward cruelty. The companions became marauders. The hero died off stage, murdered before the story could begin, and the ogre was blamed for all of it. This is the deep irony of the Loyal 3. Their very title is a lie wrapped around a virtue. Loyalty is supposed to mean faithfulness to others, devotion to a cause greater than the self. But the 3 were faithful only to their own appetites. They were not loyal servants. They were predators who were lucky enough to be remembered as saviors. And they wore that stolen reputation like one of Ogerpon's masks. And what of Ogerpon itself? The folktale structure demands that the Oni be a demon. Momotaro's ogres hoard treasure and terrorize villages because the story requires a villain to conquer. There is no room in that structure for an ogre who was shunned for its appearance before it ever harmed anyone. There is no room for an ogre who lived quietly in the mountains with a single loving companion, asking nothing of the village that rejected it. There is no room in the clean lines of the legend for the truth, but the perspective the traditional structure suppresses is exactly the one that belongs to Ogerpon. It was not born a monster, it was made one, shunned for its looks, driven into exile, stripped of its masks, and then defined by the village's need to have something to fear. The ogre archetype was not a description of who Ogerpon was. It was a costume forced onto a grieving creature, stitched together by the people who held the power to write the story. And those people would never, not once, ask what the ogre had lost. The masks are the tell. In the village's version of events, the masks were trophies, tokens of victory, symbols of the brave protectors who had saved them. They were displayed with pride, woven into the festival, built into the identity of Kitakami itself. But in Ogerpon's true story, the masks were identity. Each one carried part of its power, art itself, part of what made it who it was. Stealing the masks was not theft of an object, it was the violent stripping away of a being's sense of self. And when the truth finally came out, the masks became what they had always been, evidence of a crime, not proof of a rescue. The villagers could not see that because they had never learned to look. The story did not ask them to. Momotaro does not ask his ogres what they were before he arrived. The folktale never wonders if the Oni had a reason for their rage. The story is a one-way mirror, polished bright on the hero's side, dark on the monster's side, and Kitakami built its entire civic legend on that same mirror. The festival, the masks, the memorial at Loyalty Plaza, all of it was polished on the side of the trio. Ogerpon could claw at the glass from the other side for years, and no one would see through until someone finally looked, not at the legend, but at the creature behind it. And that is when the mirror cracked. This is why the DLC does not simply retell the folktale. It interrogates it. It turns Momotaro inside out and asks who benefits when the old roles remain unquestioned. Who benefits from believing that the ogre is always monstrous? The villagers do. It absolves them. It lets them keep the festival and the statues. Keeps them at a comfortable distance from the creature they exiled. Who benefits from the dog, the monkey, and the pheasant being honoured as protectors? The village again. It gives them heroes to admire, a heroic ancestry to inherit, a civic pride that requires no examination, no guilt, no reckoning. But the ogre, never the ogre. Ogerpon never benefited from the story. Ogerpon was the cost of the story, the footnote everyone agreed to forget, the shadow in the mountain that the legend needed in order to shine. And that shadow did not fade when the truth was told. The corrected history does not undo the generations of fear, the years of loneliness, the death of the human companion, who was the only one willing to see Ogerpon clearly. History can be rewritten, but it cannot be relived. The misreading was not an inconvenience. It was a wound that Ogerpon carried for a very long time, a wound the village reopened every single time it celebrated the trio, every time it raised a cheer for the heroes who stole everything from a creature that had never harmed them. So the true final battle was never Ogerpon versus the Loyal Three. However many times they clashed in the mountains, the real fight was silence versus testimony, the old story trying to maintain its shape against a creature that refused to be forced into it. And when Ogerpon stood before the village, with its masks reclaimed, the old roles crumbled. The hero was not victorious. The ogre was not evil. The dog, the monkey, and the pheasant were not faithful servants of the people. They were warnings about what loyalty becomes when it is divorced from virtue. Momotaro, in his own folktale, earns the loyalty he receives. He is kind to the animals. He shares what he has. He treats them as allies, not tools. The Loyal Three never earned anything. They took. And that is the deepest inversion of all. The Peach Boy becomes the greedy pack. The Oni becomes the victim. The island of ogres becomes a mountain of grief with a cave at its heart. The folktale is not destroyed by this telling. It is exposed. The old story remains intact in every library and every classroom, taught to every new generation of children. But once you have seen Kitakami, you can never read it the same way again. You start to wonder about the ogres. You start to ask what the Oni looked like before the heroes arrived. You start to notice that the animal companions always get the happy ending. And the creature in the cave never gets asked to speak. Ogerpon finally spoke, not in the words of the village, not within the shape of the legend that was forced upon it, but in the only language that could survive the story, its own. And when it walked out of the mountains with its masks restored, it was not the monster of Kitakami's legend. It was not the tragic saint of a corrected history. It was simply itself, standing outside the old roles for the first time. The Momotaro mold was broken. The ogre was allowed to leave the island, carrying its own face, its own name, its own past. And the mountain stood behind it, silent, holding the traces of an older story. One that had never been told at the festival, never carved into the stone of loyalty Plaza, never needed by a village that preferred its heroes simple and its ogres silent. The Momotaro structure gives Kitakami its shape, the dog, the monkey, the pheasant, the hero and the ogre. But once you see the direction this story travels, the old folk tale stops being a template and becomes a shadow, because the trio in this version did not fight the ogre to save anyone. They fought the ogre to take something, and the village, watching from a distance, made the only story it could bear to tell. That is where the story settles now, not with the truth itself, but with what Kitakami does with the truth once it is uncovered, because the game gives us the correction. The elder speaks. The masks are returned. Kieran learns the full weight of what happened, but a correction is not the same as a transformation, and the difference between those two things is the heart of this story. Let us return to the image that started everything. The hero of Kitakami was never the hero, and the monster was never the monster. The loyal three did not defend the village from a masked ogre. They climbed to Ogerpon's mountain, attacked its companion, and stole the masks that held its identity. The violence the villagers witnessed was not the beginning of the tragedy. It was the aftermath of one. Ogerpon's rampage was grief made visible, grief that had no other language, because the creature had already been robbed of the masks that let it be understood. But the villagers did not see it that way. They could not, because they arrived after the fact and saw a creature they already feared, standing over destruction they could not explain. The fear came first, the story came second, and the statues came third. That is the politics of public memory in its most concentrated form. A community does not remember everything. It remembers what reinforces its sense of who it is. Kitakami sees itself as a peaceful village protected by heroes. That self-image requires a villain, and Ogerpon fit the role perfectly. It lived in a cave. It wore a mask. It was different. The Oni tradition already gave the villagers a vocabulary for something like it. In Japanese folklore, the Oni is the one who lives beyond the boundary of the village, the mountain dweller, the outsider, the creature named as dangerous so that the community can feel safe. Ogerpon was never given a chance to be anything else. This is where the masks carry so much weight. They are not just battle upgrades. They are the only way Ogerpon could shape how it was perceived. Each mask is a face Ogerpon could choose to show the world. When the loyal three took them, they took more than power. They took Ogerpon's ability to be seen as anything other than a threat. And when the village displayed those masks, when they were woven into the festival and honoured in the plaza, Kitakami was not honouring history, it was performing the theft. Every year the festival reenacts the error. Every year the community tells itself the same story. The masks are carried through the streets as symbols of triumph, but they are actually evidence of a crime, and Loyalty Plaza is the monument to that crime. It is a shrine built from a misunderstanding, polished by repetition into truth. There is something deeply unsettling about walking through that plaza in the game. Not because it is scary, but because it is respected. The statues are not presented as kitsch. They are presented as beloved. The grass around them is kept. The village holds the site in honour, and that honour is entirely unearned. Okidogi, Monkidori and Pheasantipiti did not protect anyone. They were villains who inherited a hero's memorial because the villagers preferred a simpler story. The Plaza works because it is a place where the lie can be physically visited. It is memory made stone, and stone is very hard to reshape. The festival tradition matters here as well. Festival culture in this kind of rural setting is not entertainment. It is the community literally making its history with its body, carrying masks, dancing, rehearsing the old tale so that the next generation carries it too. The Oni sword dance traditions of the real Kitakami region, like the Onikambai, show how deep these roots run. The dance makes the ogre a sacred figure, hovering somewhere between horror and reverence. Ogerpon's story borrows that energy, but the game uses it to ask what happens when a festival sanctifies a lie. What does it mean when the dance tells a story that never happened? And every dance step becomes another brick in the wall between the people and the past. The elder's account changes things for the people who hear it. Kieran's reaction alone, his anger, his obsession, his refusal to let the story stay buried, shows how much the correction costs the ones who took the legend to heart. He built part of his identity on the Loyal Three. Discovering they were thieves is not an intellectual adjustment, it is a wound. Carmine, too, has to sit with the fact that her village's entire Civic story is wrong, and the player stands at the centre of it, holding the recovered masks, carrying a truth that the village is not yet ready to hold. Because here is the unresolved challenge the story leaves us with. Correcting a story is only the beginning if the community refuses to change. The truth has been spoken. The masks have been returned. Ogerpon has been freed. But has Kitakami changed? The game is quiet about this. There is no grand scene where the villagers gather to apologize. No ceremony where the statues are pulled down. No festival rewritten to tell the true tale. The plaza is still there when you leave. The legend is still the one the village honors. The correction happened at the edges, among the few who knew, while the center of the community kept its old faith. That silence is deliberate, because communities do not shed their founding stories overnight. To truly change, Kitakami would have to admit that its heroes were cowards and thieves, that its festival celebrates a crime, that the monster it feared was the only victim. That is not a single confession. That is a full dismantling of the village's idea of itself, and the game does not pretend that happens easily, or at all. So Ogerpon remains what it always was, a symbol, not of evil, not of the Oni as the village imagined it, but of every outsider misread by fear, cast in the role of the danger, because the community needed someone to name. Ogerpon asked for so little, to live quietly, to wear its masks, to be seen without being judged. And that small desire was denied so completely that it cost Ogerpon everything, its companion, its face, its place in the world. And yet the story does not end in total darkness. Ogerpon walks away with its masks. It chooses its own face again. And that is the quiet hope that sits beneath the whole legend. Because if one person can look at an Oni and refuse the story handed to them, and see the grief before the rage, and see the victim before the monster, then empathy can finally rewrite a legend. Not quickly, not completely, maybe not even within Kitakami's own memory, but one true story, carried by one person who is willing to see, is enough to start the unmaking of a lie. The masks are back where they belong. The truth has a voice. And in that small restoration, Ogerpon is finally something no statue can steal. It is remembered as what it always was, wronged, misread.